Here, she's the ears and the eyes for me and you. Every day, everyone want to hear from Sandra. And every time on the air, she's getting better. Tell your sister, tell your brother, tell your mama to call Sandra in the morning and in the evening. We always calling Sandra. And when they start fighting, they calling Sandra. And
That's right, folks. Everyone is telling their mama about the cold hard truth. Welcome to another episode with more truth telling, more problem solving, and of course, more tea spilling than ever before. Sit back, students, grab your tea and turn up the volume because class is now in session. Call in at 936-2626 because your voice matters. Share your opinion on issues that matter the most to you. All right. Good morning, everyone. Happy Tuesday.
Yeah. Hey, we're going to go on KISS in about 30 seconds. Okay, Sandy? All right. I'll come to you so you can say your hellos and stuff. I'll see you in a second, everybody. All right. Bye.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Getting our Instagram feed going here as well. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day so far. Honey chill. Everybody's good. Lovely. We got some breaking news for you guys, so make sure you tune in. And I'm going to get all the links for everyone as well. So, good morning.
Big news. I have some important news for you.
Interesting news.
It's Blake and Darren's Spilling the Tea with Sandy.
K-Man's top news headlines of the day from CMR.
All right. Sandy, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Erin. How you doing? Welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, it's I'm sure there's been a lot going on, and you're going to give it to us. I've been trying to keep up on it. What's been happening?
Most definitely. First of all, we have a visiting vessel that is hosting disaster response exercises. They're actually going to be, I think, starting in Cayman Brac this morning. So this is really amazing. But Hazard Management Cayman Islands is hosting representatives of global support and development for a joint disaster response and preparedness exercise. So we're going to be using the GSD's motor vessel, Dawn. It's a state-of-the-art humanitarian vessel registered in the Cayman Islands. So they're a U.S.-based humanitarian organization that work with both local, national, and regional communities to build resilience in the time of crises. So they have a really nice video kind of showing the vessel, and the governor was on board yesterday and stuff as well. So very, very interesting to see these types of joint exercises, taking place, and really important as well.
I love it.
So in court news, we have a couple things going on here. The court has upheld Elmer Wright's life sentence. So this guy was serving a life sentence in the UK for 2017 Patrick Island home invasion. He lost an appeal to have his life sentence overturned by the Cayman Islands Court of Appeal. So you might remember this case. He was found guilty back in 2020.
Yeah, was this the really terrifying one?
Yeah, where they had all the additional security at the courthouse. Basically, they had all the security there because he was actually threatening judges and everybody. Wow. So, yeah, they had the helicopter every time he was going to court. They actually had the helicopter up in the air, as well as heavy police escorts. And so they actually sent him overseas because they see him as a threat, even whilst incarcerated. So he had appealed his life sentence, and basically the Court of Appeals said, not so soon, Sonny.
Yeah.
Basically, they said no. His attorney, Keith Myers, had argued that the sentencing judge made a mistake by imposing a life sentence without getting any pre-sentencing reports from psychiatrists or probation officers regarding whether or not he posed a risk to the community. So, of course, the prosecution pointed out that in 2012, he was sentenced to 9 years for a robbery during which he beat 2 customers and discharged a firearm. And then 10 months after he was released from prison in that matter, he had 112 rounds of ammunition and was involved in another dangerous robbery.
Wow.
So, yes, basically the court said, yeah, he seems like he is,
Lost cause.
yeah,
Very dangerous.
yes. And they did not see any grounds for appeal based on the evidence before them. So he will remain put. A stabbing investigation is underway. A man was stabbed after leaving an Eastern Avenue bar. I wonder which one.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, right. So, I think we know. This happened just after 3:30 a.m. on Friday. Police and other emergency services were dispatched to this location on Eastern Avenue, where it was reported that a man sustained a stab wound after patronizing a local bar in the area. They actually ended up running into another business for help. So
wow, and I'm sure you know which bar it is. You're just going to say it.
I think we all know which bar on Eastern Avenue constantly is an issue.
Yeah.
All right, so here's a bit of business news for you. This is one that you guys got to pay attention to. Banks are going to be declining key entered transactions for Visa cards, and I think it's going to be really across the board. They're going to prevent the terminals themselves from accepting key entered transactions. So Cayman National Bank on the forefront of making the announcement that as of today will be the last day that you can do a key entry. And then after that, you're going to have the physical card in order to do the transaction. So they said in an effort to prevent fraudulent activities, Visa has mandated that all card issuers or financial institutions in the Caribbean and Latin America should decline key enter transactions received from chip-enabled terminals. So yes, this is going to be a game changer, especially for people who do reservations like online and overseas. A lot of times they have to rely on key entry until the guests arrive on island because there's no other option, right? So this I'm not quite sure how people are going to work around this. We're trying to actually contact CNB and get some more details to see if they have any recommendations, but they say that this is part of the data security standards the payment card industry has in place. So according to the advisory, general transactions entered manually pose a higher risk and may result in financial losses for merchants if disputed by the cardholder. So, this is how it's going to work.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would like to find out more about that for sure.
Yes. I mean, I'm a small business owner and this impacts me.
Okay.
So it impacts a lot of other people. So those are some of your news headlines this beautiful Tuesday morning.
All right. Well, happy last day of April.
Yes. Can you believe it?
I know it's already almost May. I'm not gonna do the in sync thing, but I'm sure everyone already sees it. But yeah, so Blake's gonna be off tomorrow, so it'll just be us tomorrow. Okay.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. Have a great rest of your day, Sandy.
We can hold down the fort without Blake. Not to worry.
I mean, honestly, us women, we got it.
Exactly. Have a good one. All right, Erin.
Bye, Sandy.
Bye. All right. Good morning. Good morning, students. How is everybody doing this beautiful Tuesday morning? So good to see some familiar faces. So, of course, we do have a bit of breaking news this morning. We have some Cuban nationals who are protesting in front of the government administration building. So they will be joining us here shortly to tell us what the protest is all about. So as soon as we have guests first, everybody knows Tuesdays we start off with Health City joining us, and then we're going to have the Cuban migrants join us as well, and see exactly what their protest is all about. My goodness, what a thing. So I think most of you know that for the past month, the month of April, we have been celebrating the 10th anniversary of Health City, Cayman Islands, a real milestone. And I want to ask Shamari this morning about that new building going up there right in Camana Bay, because, oh my gosh, it's looking really awesome. Like it's almost done. So we're going to get all the details on that. Lots of excitement every time I cross by. I kind of have a little glance at it. And so I'm curious. I had a couple questions the other day when I saw it. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to get my tour, because that means all of you get a tour. So we will be doing that here shortly. So good morning, Senor Shamari.
Good morning, Sandy. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Let me turn on my secondary light. I've got like a key light over here that makes a huge difference. Hold on a second. Lighting is everything. Lighting is everything. Yes.
My apologies. I see you had to, you know, you had to speak for a few moments. I had to run away.
No,
Had
no,
a-
no,
had
no,
a
no. That's okay.
had a little bit of a child belt emergency
Oh my
as
goodness.
as they needed to get through the door. So I had to
Yeah, no worries, no
go
worries.
help to figure that out.
Yes, and of course, I wanted our listeners to be aware that we do have some Cuban migrants who called me and said that they want to come on the show, and we, allow pretty much anybody who wants to have a say to come on the program. We're going to find out exactly what's going on with them after your segment. So
Awesome.
never a dull moment in the Cayman Islands, folks.
Yeah.
And of course, we like to keep everybody updated on precisely what's going on. So listen, you have got 10 years now under your belt.
That's
Before we
right.
invite our guests on, can I ask you about the
Mhm.
building? Is it actually going to be larger than the one in East End?
So the interesting thing is, it's not as large as the one in East End, but because
Really?
it's going up, it
Yes.
looks like it's larger.
Okay.
Whereas in East End, a lot of times when we would take pictures of the
Mhm.
building for our brochures and whatnot, it looks like a small building, and then when people actually come and tour, they're like, "Oh my
Yes.
goodness!" Because obviously it's a series of T's that have different
Yes.
blocks that go all the way back. So they're
Yeah.
very surprised by how large it is. And
Mhm.
this hospital, it isn't a small hospital, but definitely isn't as large a footprint, but definitely based on going up a few stacks, it looks much larger. And we're
Yes.
excited, and that should be we should have our inauguration in July,
Okay.
and then it should be open in April. And the reason we typically do the inauguration before is so
Mhm.
that we can have 3 weeks or 4 weeks where we can give people tours to see the entire hospital. Because obviously,
Mm.
once it's open, once it's
Yes.
sterile on the inside, then that's it. You're not
Yeah.
going to have a lot of foot traffic coming through. So we want to
Right.
show all the equipment, want to show all the areas, want to make sure people have a good appreciation of what we have there.
Yeah.
Um,
Amazing.
and Sandy, just to mention, I have some good news and some bad news.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
so
Let me think which one I want first. Give me the bad news first.
all right. So the bad news is that the Lakers lost last night. So
So that's it.
we're no longer there. We're done. We lost 4-1 to Denver. So
Wow.
I mean, I think they're going to repeat again as champions.
Mhm.
There were a lot of close games. Lost 2 games in the last second, so you know how close it was. But so it goes. So that's the bad news, and the good news is we have reached the final stage of the semifinals in the over 40 basketball league that I play in. So next
Okay.
Saturday we win it and we go to the finals.
All right.
Um,
So
so
you're
the
still in
league
the runnings for that.
still running. So the league has been
Okay.
going a long time because they stretch it out. It's every Saturday to make sure that we have enough time to
To
recover.
recover. Absolutely.
Yeah. So
We have
so
an
that's the good
astute
news.
listener to the program. She's
Yes.
asking, did you mean August instead of April? Because you just said April.
Sorry, August,
No,
yes.
yes.
So
Mhm.
it was an A. You see, I have my coffee here, and because I was doing the
Mhm.
belt emergency, I haven't had enough sips for the brain to fully wake up. But yes, definitely August. Sorry, a
Absolutely.
month
All right.
later, July, and then
And
definitely
then August.
August.
Well, thank
So
you. It shows our people are listening. They're paying
now
attention.
that's great. That's great. She probably is also listening intently to see if she can win that executive health check.
Hey, why
So
not?
make sure that everybody's listening to the program because they're going to be two, I think, 2 or 3, I can't recall, that we have left that we'll definitely be giving away. But you have to listen in to make sure that you have the answers to the trivia questions that we will ask. And Sandy, 10-year anniversary. It's amazing that we're going to be able to actually speak more about it.
Mhm.
And the great thing about Health City, obviously, we had great buildings, great
Mhm.
equipment. We continuously innovate with the type of equipment, but it's always about the physicians, it's always about the medical staff, and
Mhm.
also the non medical staff that we have that make Health City who we are. And at the end of the day, it's about those unique patients that no matter what walk of life you come from, we're always looking to give the best medical treatment possible. And we've saved many lives. We've helped, increase the value of many lives. And on this show, we have two really special guests to us. One happens to be a staff member with Health City, and the other is a patient who is actually a doctor. I haven't spoken to him in a while, so I'm not sure if he's still practicing, but he was when he was a patient of ours. And you'll get to hear about Dr. Leon Josephs, who is a medical doctor from the US and one of our patients that we would have had here, and one of Dr. Benoit's patients. So he's really near and dear and special, and good friends of Dr. Benoit now. And we're very pleased that he made the time to be able to be on here to help us celebrate 10 years of being in the Cayman Islands.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so we're going to go ahead and have, our guests come in now. So Dr. Leon Joseph, good morning to you, sir. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great. Thanks for having me.
Yes, absolutely. I think
Okay for me to drink coffee too.
Absolutely.
This is the coffee clutch meeting.
Yeah.
I got nervous when I heard that thing about spilling tea because I'm much more of a coffee drinker than a tea. And just one editorial. I'm a lifelong Boston Celtics fan, and I am a little offended by you choosing the Denver Nuggets to the Swedish champion. I think my Celtics are going to give them a pretty good run.
Well, you got to get past New York first.
I don't think much of that will be a problem.
There we go. You see,
it's the Celtic thing.
You see, I have this. There is another patient who was a cruise ship patient, and he also is from the Boston area, who has been on the program before. Yes. And I'm also a Miami Dolphins fan. So,
So I'm forever in games. Yeah.
I'm used to having these fights, but at least in football, I think we're gonna have the upper hand for a while now. So get you back for all those years.
The beautiful thing is, Shamari always keeps us updated because, of course, we have no clue really about what's going on in the world of sports, and he keeps us updated at least with American football. And basketball. So he's going to soon be our sports correspondent. I absolutely love it. So Dr. Leon, we have a video here that we're going to play about your experience, and then we're going to have you discuss it. But it's so interesting to me that, in the past 10 years that Health City has been here in the Cayman Islands, they've had the opportunity to treat medical professionals, several physicians in a life and death situation. And I dare say that physicians have a very different perspective than maybe the average person when it comes to healthcare. And having, a testimonial from a physician firsthand, it's almost like you can't get any better than that, because physicians kind of look for different things than maybe the average person in terms of patient care and the quality of, the treatment that they receive. But let's go ahead and watch your video first, Dr. Leon, and then we're going to hear from you after this.
I came to the Cayman Islands because I'm on the board of a healthcare captive. So I was here for those days to be at the healthcare board meetings. At the end of our board meeting, I went up to exercise on the treadmill, and I had a sudden death arrest, cardiac arrest while I was on the treadmill. And fortunately for me, I ended up at Health City.
In the ambulance we went after 3 defibrillations and a lot of CPR. And we actually went to another hospital first where they stabilized him, and then we were transported here to Health City. Kitano, he works in the gym at the Ritz, and he's the one who saw my husband collapse and started CPR right away. And if it wasn't for his quick thinking and fast action, we would have looked at a totally different situation here.
After 3 sets of CPR, I decided to use the AED. So, and I told my colleague that he can peel off the cover for the pads. At that same time, luckily, one of the guests was a cardiologist. He came and he introduced and said, I'm a cardiologist, and he took over the AED from my colleague and he pasted. And after that, we gave him like 2 shocks from the AED, and simultaneously he and myself did the CPR. Yeah, I am proud that I able to do something for our guests.
And met Dr. Benoit and Dr. Ravi, and they explained the situation to me. And it was because of them I decided that I would stay here and have Leon receive his care here, because they just made me very comfortable with what they had to offer, and I really had a lot of trust in them because of the way that they treated me.
Dr. Benoit is a special guy.
Absolutely.
And
He's going to be our lifelong friend.
I suppose, yeah. I'm trying not to get emotional, but he has a gift that most people don't have. And there's his technical part, which is very gifted, but as a human being, he was great with her.
And the kids.
And sometimes that counts more.
So when he came here, he was on ventilator. His blood pressure was borderline. He was totally unconscious, not responding to even painful stimuli also. And our senior cardiologist, Dr. Ravi Kishore, was here, and immediately within 30 minutes he was taken to cath lab, and emergency angiogram was done. That showed very critical triple vessel disease. One of the arteries over the heart, that is called the left anterior descending artery, was totally occluded, and other two, that one on the right side of the heart and one on the behind the heart, were very critically stenosed or blocked, like more than 95%.
Dr. Ravi is really good at, as well as explaining what he was doing. I mean, my kids understood what was going on. My wife understood what was going on.
One of the arteries called the LAD, the so-called widowmaker of the heart, was totally blocked. So in order to kind of give him some better circulation, we tried to open that widowmaker, the left anterior descending coronary artery. We successfully managed to perfuse it and produce some flow. Once we established that, we had a team discussion, and we decided that the best option for him was to go for an urgent bypass surgery. Till that particular time, he was put on optimal medications to prevent further damage to the heart.
After he came to the ICU, within 2 hours he was extubated. That means he was taken out of the breathing machine, and his recovery was quite smooth and straightforward. Second day he was shifted out of the ICU to the ward, and the fourth day he got discharged from the hospital.
I couldn't have ever gotten anything more than I got. I'm amazingly pleased with my care. I'm a vascular surgeon at home, so I see plenty of patients after cardiac surgery, and my care, my recovery, in my opinion, was as good or better than anyone I've ever seen. I'm very impressed with this. In fact, our company will consider sending some of our patients here for their care, because the model here is a model that the United States healthcare system is striving to get to. Yeah, this actually was a beautiful recovery, because it was me and Judy and the 3 kids, and as the children had to go back to their jobs and their professions, it got down to just me and Judy again, which is how it started. So
Yeah.
we've had one long honeymoon, right?
We did, absolutely. I said, he really is my Christmas miracle. Don't cry.
All right, folks. Really such an amazing testimony there, Dr. Leon. I see that, you get a little bit, emotional about that situation. So can you give us a few details? When did this actually happen?
Sure. This was December 1st of 2015.
Wow.
So our company has a malpractice captive. So we go to the insurance meetings on Cayman every year.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, the year before this, Dr. Shetty and Gene Thompson, and I know that Gene has passed away, I hope he's resting peacefully, gave a presentation at the captive meeting about Health City. So me and most of the people in the organization I was running at the time were very well aware of Health City being up and running on the island at the time.
Mm-hmm. So you come on island you were actually here for that meeting?
Yep.
Okay, so you came for a business meeting, and can you walk us through kind of how you knew that you were in trouble?
Sure, that'll be easy because I had no idea I was in trouble, honestly. That was a Wednesday. I was in meetings all day. I met Judy at the beach for about an hour after the meetings, and I said, I'm going to go up to the treadmill and work out before we go out to dinner.
Yes.
And that's the last memory I have until
Wow.
post-operative. So, yeah, all of the decisions were made by Judy and a couple of physicians who were part of the group who were down there with me for the meetings and who were well aware of what was going on at Health City. So I can't take any credit for the decision making to get me there. That was all Judy and my colleagues and a really intense ambulance ride, I'm told.
Wow. So you wake up and you hear that you've had a cardiac event. What was the first thing that would have been going through your mind?
Well, first, I didn't believe it because I was 58 years old in what I thought was the best shape of my life, worked out every day, took the only medicine I took was one aspirin a day, which I just took because as a vascular surgeon, I thought it was the right thing to do. So, yeah, mostly I was in a state of disbelief and woke up and saw all of my children there, and they're adults. Judy had them, fly in, one from Utah, one from Atlanta, one from New York to come down to Cayman. And I was like, what are all you people doing here? So that was really my first recollection of my medical event.
Wow. Just waking up and seeing your entire family there.
Yeah. But Judy's a healthcare professional as well. She's a nurse practitioner, and she made all the right calls. And we had a friend who was ready to fly us to the Cleveland Clinic. They were going to send the Cleveland Clinic jet to Grand Cayman. And Judy said, no, we're going to stay here. And she made the right call.
Very good. So what were your thoughts as you, started to comprehend what had actually happened to you and that you'd gone through this life-changing event? I see even this morning as you're rewatching the video, you're getting, again, very, very emotional about it. In that moment, do you recall what you were thinking?
I think the thing I remember most was Dr. Benoit. And he's a technical genius, right? I don't think there's anything when it comes to a heart that man can't do beautiful. But I really knew I was in the right place when I could talk to him because he's an incredible person. Fantastic with the kids, fantastic with my wife, and was able to talk to me as a patient and a colleague at the same time. And that's hard to do. I've been trying to master that for 40 years of healthcare. He's got the magic.
Yes.
And I still, every December 1, I have a phone call with Dr. Benoit.
Oh my gosh.
Because, the fact is, it's whatever it is, 8 years later, I'm not here if he's not there.
Yeah. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Yes.
Dr. Leon, Dr. Benoit apologizes because he was looking forward to coming on the program. But as you said, he knows everything heart related, and he had a little bit of an emergency that he had to run into. So doing what Dr. Benoit
does. He's in a more important place, I'm sure.
So that's where he is right.
Yeah,
right
I'm
now.
sure he's saving somebody's life. It's just amazing.
And just to mention, Dr. Joseph, I just want to thank you for the testimonial that you gave, because you giving that testimonial would have helped to save numerous lives. And that's because when we first started, it would have been probably year 3 when that event happened. By you giving that testimonial, and us Caribbean people, when we go to different countries, even if another Caribbean national says it, at times they're still like, not so sure. But the US more or less is the gold standard that we know on this side of the world. So hearing when I was able to play, your testimonial and other testimonials, but specifically by you being a vascular surgeon and you being able to articulate the level of care and all of the unique factors with Health City. I know a lot of people said, you know what, let's give it a try, and started to send their patients to us. And so your testimony definitely would have helped Health City reach where we are today. So I thank you for being so open and so willing to share and to help Health City as well.
That was our pleasure. And as you can tell from the video, that was speaking from the heart. Now,
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
So
I
many
look at
life
that as a marketing
changing.
piece. I looked at that as just being able to share a fantastic experience with others.
Definitely.
Yes. I mean, there have been so many people whose lives, and, they call into the program, they'll message into the program. Their lives have really been changed by, the team at Health City Cayman Islands. And it's just amazing, really. I mean, it touches us, I think, in a real way, because, you never know when you're going to have an event, a cardiac event, like what, you said you were healthy as far as you knew, you were getting up, you were exercising, doing all the right things. And still, you just never know, a cardiac event can happen despite all of that. But to have life-saving healthcare services available in a place, especially like the Cayman Islands, I think is just absolutely amazing. It speaks to, just the development that we've had in the medical field over the past definitely 10 to 15 years, and it continues to be impactful. So when you started telling your friends, I'm sure the story started to get out, Dr. Leon, beyond your immediate family, and you said, hey, I've had this life-saving procedure in the Cayman Islands. Did you have any of them raising their eyebrow like, what, in the Cayman Islands?
Oh yeah, they were clearly. I mean, I trained in Boston, spent my professional career in and around Boston. And yeah, when I would tell that, they were like, well, you didn't get on a plane and go to the University of Miami. You didn't get on a plane and come back to Mass General Hospital or the Brigham or the Cleveland Clinic. And, those are decisions you have to make in the moment. And my response to them is, when you look at the care delivery model there, and you look at the volume of cardiac surgery that's done in India under the watchful eye of Dr. Shetty, it dwarfs the volume of cardiac surgery done in the United States, because cardiac disease is so endemic in India. So the system they have is efficient, it's perfected. So when they question that, it's really honestly out of ignorance. And once they become educated about the experience, they understand it.
Yeah. So they just don't know. And of course, you become a walking billboard for Health City Cayman Islands.
For me, it was, and for Judy, it was simple. If I'm going to become unstable, do I want to become unstable in front of experienced cardiac surgeons and cardiologists and their critical care team? Or do I want to become unstable 30,000 feet up in the air inside a hospital ambulance? And that's not where I want to be if I have a choice.
Yes, absolutely. And so 8 years later, how have you been doing? You look great.
I'm careful to say it because I thought it was perfect when this happened. But no, I'm great. I feel great. I exercise daily. I retired a year and a half ago, December of 22. Since that event, we've had 3 children get married. We've had 3 grandchildren come into the world.
Wow.
So yeah, life is really good. And maybe one of the most important things is we've had an opportunity to come back to Cayman and say thank you to Kitano and his team, and to go to the hospital and as a well, healthy, functioning human being, thank all the people who touch my care. And it's a legion, right? It's not, I love Dr. Benoit and Dr. Ravi, but without the nurses and the physical therapists and the dietary services and the rest of what goes on, that's a class A facility from top to bottom. The food is fantastic. And the healthcare, it was just phenomenal. And it's not because I was a vascular surgeon there.
Uh-huh.
I see them care for everybody in their outpatient clinics and then the inpatient setting there. It's a great place.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Well, Dr. Leon, will you hang tight? We're going to hear another story, another testimonial. Quite a few messages coming in this morning. So good morning to everyone joining the program.
Happy to. I've got time. I'm retired.
Wonderful, wonderful. That must feel so awesome. So Don, again, remembering Gene Thompson, hoping that he's resting in peace. Vaya is sending greetings from Bolivia. So she says, hola, saludos y bendiciones desde Bolivia. So hi, greetings, and salutations and greetings from Bolivia. So Tanisha says, forever grateful to Dr. Benoit and the team at Health City. My mother, Joyce Pinder, is living her best life now. So another testimonial. Alv, we're going to have the Health City team reach out to you. Sounds like you might be having a little bit of a administrative issue going on, saying that there's Health City has no doubt saved many, many lives. I, for one, am truly grateful, and just having an issue with double billing insurance since December. So we'll have Shamari and his team reach out to the billing team, and I'm sure they'll be able to provide you with some further assistance there to see what is going on. So Grayson McLean is no stranger to most people here in the Cayman Islands, and Grayson himself, he actually works at Health City Cayman Islands, and he has had an amazing transformation as a result of the services that are available there, in particular the bariatrics services. So let's have a look at Grayson's story.
I think more where it affected me was with my daughter coming home some days crying because she was being harassed at school about my size. When it started to affect my daughter, I realized as well, I won't be around for her if I didn't do something to better myself. This was me at 245 wearing a size 44 pants. This next picture was me at my biggest point, which is 355 pounds and wearing a size 54 to 55 pants. And this is me in between wearing a size 48 pants and weighing 275 pounds. It was hard sometimes when people walk up to me and would say, wow, you put on a lot of weight. I felt really hurt and distraught about that. But by that time, I think I was too far gone and needed more assistance than just tablets and diets to get me going. And I had tried everything possible to lose weight, diets, tablets, exercising. I just couldn't keep it off. It just kept coming back on. I feel like I've just been given a second chance in life. I feel finally I'm going to have that chance to walk down the aisle with my daughter. I've started back my softball. I do a little of the boxing in the gym. My self-confidence is much more stronger. I feel more prouder. I was able to finally achieve to do ballet dancing with my daughter at her school, even though she got a good laugh out of that. Anyone who's thinking about doing this, I would honestly tell you to definitely look into it and definitely give it a try. It is going to change your life in so many ways that you wouldn't even imagine. If you see me on the road, feel free to ask me and I will tell you anything I can tell you about this.
All right, so Grayson, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you all doing?
We're doing very, very well. Again, an amazing testimonial there. Let me just read a message that came in on WhatsApp from one of our listeners. So this person said, I know how the emotional part is because I had a similar situation with my then husband, emergency surgery, and HCCI was not an island. So we had to fly out, leaving 2 young children behind. And hearing Dr. Leon Joseph made me cry, just having to leave my children behind for those few weeks. Health City is a real good hospital, and I am happy for it. So again, someone who unfortunately, had their emergency before Health City was here, sharing really the difficulties of not having certain types of care available in the Cayman Islands back then. So wow. Truly a testimonial again to being able to have these amazing services. So Grayson, you actually work for Health City Cayman Islands. Tell us a little bit about how long you've been there.
Um, since 2014, I started. Shamari brought me on to do all the transportation. And the funny part is, I do remember the doctor of transporting his wife up and down from the Ritz to Health City during the visitation, trying to see him and back and forth. So I do remember when he came in and everything else. So it's good to see you again and everything else, Doc.
It's good to see you. I'm glad you had great results.
Yeah. So, Grayson, we looked at your story caption there, and we see that you were struggling for many, many years with your weight. Did you notice it? Was there any particular time during your journey that you said, okay, you saw, like, was there a marked period when you saw it kind of really get out of control? Was it just gradual? Did it just kind of sneak up on you over the years?
I would say it started to sneak up, but then it increased rapidly in the end. I think that's where when Dr. Rang and them established that my metabolism had slowed down. And by it slowing down is where the increase of the weight came in. Working late nights, eating, not sleeping properly, these things, you don't realize it because so we're used to that kind of habit. You don't think it's a thing. And it does matter because you don't realize that eating late at night, you're not burning off that food when you're going to sleep. So it's just storing into fat. So working late nights, eating odd hours and things and what you eat definitely made a big difference.
And so you're working at Health City and you're seeing your weight continue to be out of control. Did someone at Health City say to you, hey, why don't you consider the bariatric surgery, or did you really take it upon yourself to investigate that option more?
Actually, Dr. Ranger did approach me and asked me if I thought about it because he saw the difficulties I was having while walking down the hallway. I couldn't walk the full hallway without not breathing heavy and everything. So he asked me to come in and do a physical check, and I did this, and he saw some things, and he gave me that option, and I thought about it. And along with what was happening with my daughter coming in from school, I just said, you know what, time for me to give something new a try. And what better place to try it? I work with these guys. I see the work they've been doing. It was something for me to do. And I went ahead after speaking with a few colleagues and everything else. We went ahead and we did it. And something I would never change. I would do it all over again in a heartbeat.
Amazing, truly amazing. And it's so interesting. I'm glad that you shared, you've got the health components of obviously carrying too much weight and being obese. Everything from your blood pressure to your heart to all of your major organs are impacted by excessive weight, right? And poor diet and lack of being able to exercise and those sorts of things. But there's also an emotional component to it when you talk about the fact that, people would approach you and make comments about your weight that, made you feel really bad. And then those comments started to trickle down to your young daughter as well. People making fun of her because her father is overweight. So there's a real, sort of interpersonal relationships are impacted, how people view us in the community. I mean, I think that fat shaming is sort of the last accepted form of discrimination. We know not to discriminate against people for a lot of other reasons, culture, nationality, race, and whatever. But when someone is obese, so many people still, have snide comments to make. Caribbean people in particular, they'll walk right up to you and say some of the rudest things, even if you're not obese. Oh, you look like you put on a few pounds recently. What you've been doing. I mean, it's just absolutely crazy. The comments, even when you haven't gained weight, because sometimes I get it. And I'm like, camera adds a little extra 10 pounds, but I know the scale hasn't moved. And people just make these comments. Like, I'm thinking, do you listen to yourself? Do you know how rude that sounds? But, sometimes I see other people on social media complaining about the exact same thing. Maybe they've just had a baby and people are like, oh, well, you're no longer skinny. I mean, they're just so blunt and rude with it, that it can have a really negative impact on your psyche. So you sound like you were very, very motivated to get this procedure done. Can you tell us a little bit about how you had to prepare for the procedure, both psychologically and some of the things that you had to do?
Well, once it was approved, I had to go through and see the psychiatrist to make sure mentally I was aware what I was about to go through, what was going to happen. Then again, I met with the nutritionists. The nutritionists then went through of what my food change would have to be, what I was going to be prepared for. And then before Dr. Ranger proceeded, he turned around and put me on a 2-week liquid diet, which was uh, let's just say not easy, but with the help of certain people at Health City, such as Lanny McLaughlin, Miss Grace Webb, and all of those, I had no choice. When I walked into Health City, what do you have in that cup? Water. Are you sure it's water? Yes, it's water. You can ask them to just sold me water. I walked in with a porridge. I thought that was liquid. Lanny grabbed it, chucked it in the garbage. That is not liquid. It is liquid. It's porridge. So I had my guardian angels over me, watching over me while we were going through.
Wow. She said,
But
not the
it was
porridge.
a task that I got mentally prepared for it.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Truly amazing. So we see some before and after photos of you. Tell us, how much weight have you actually lost?
Right now, I weighed last week, Friday, and I was 232 pounds.
Okay. And when did you have the procedure?
I had that done in 2017, November 9th.
All right. So that's coming into 8 years now, and you have managed to keep it off.
Yeah, I have done pretty well. Riding, I try to keep myself motivated, moving around, to doing more exercise. It's more freer than it was before because I didn't have that energy. So by now, with this has helped in a lot of ways. So I've tend to do that, and then like I said, it gets you more motivated to want to do things. So you get more competitive with your bosses who tend to choose the wrong NFL team to root for, things like that. It makes you more self-motivated.
Absolutely. We have troublemaker Johan in class this morning. He says HCCI is one of the greatest assets to our country plus brand. Good morning, Samantha says, truly appreciative to Dr. Benoit and his team. My son is doing great. He's 6 years old and doing great. Had open heart surgery at 7 months old. Wow. Last echo had a great result, and now attending a cardiac clinic every 2 years. Still hoping to return for an executive check sometime and to let the team see his development. Just need funds to do so. So Samantha, where are you from? It sounds like you're from overseas. Does this one ring a bell for you, Shamari? Do you know where Samantha is from? I know there's been so many that you muted yourself. Sorry.
Sorry, we have had so many pediatric cardiac cases. She would need to outline where she's from for me to know. I don't recall off the top of my head.
Samantha, let us know where you're messaging from. We'd like to know.
Definitely.
Of course, Johan is causing Trinidad and Tobago. Wow. Okay. Right here in the Caribbean. So
we've had pediatric cardiology cases from Trinidad and Tobago. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll be in contact because we actually have reps in Trinidad, so we'll be able to definitely make contact through our international team and get her sorted. Definitely.
Okay.
And Sandy, just because we have Grace in here, obviously we have Dr. Leon here. Prior to responding to Grayson's comment, he has a disease that he cheers for the 49ers, so we'll leave it at that because they've lost in the Super Bowl a few times now in the last 10-15 years. But anyway, just wanted to mention that Health City, of course, came here, had a vision in regard to what we were going to do, to be able to be a test case to show that in a high cost jurisdiction, through the efficiencies and everything that Dr. Shetty was bringing to bear, that we would be able to offer life-saving surgeries at affordable costs. But just wanted to give some timelines in the first of what Health City has actually brought to the Cayman Islands. So in 2014, obviously we opened. We had the first cardiac bypass, would have been in Cayman. We had the first LVAD ever in the Caribbean, and that's an artificial heart surgery that was done in 2014. In 2015, we got the gold seal of approval from JCI. So within a year being opening, that's a little bit of a record in and of itself. In 2016, we had the first TAVI operation in the English-speaking Caribbean, first renal denervation in the Caribbean, first stroke thrombosis in Cayman was in 2016. 2017, first ECMO patient ever in the Caribbean, first Caribbean pentalogy of Cantrell surgery. So that's the heart outside of the chest, the little child you would have seen in one of those videos that we had to put back in the chest. First awake craniotomy in the English-speaking Caribbean. So that's the brain awake surgery that we talk about when the patient was awake, that we were able to go in and have a brain surgery, and we'll discuss that further in another segment as well. First cryoablation in the Caribbean, 2017. First brain aneurysm clipping surgery in Cayman in 2017. First CCM device implantation in the Caribbean in 2017. In 2018, first brain aneurysm coiling in Cayman. Also in 2018, first arthroscopic lateral J surgery in the Caribbean, and that's an orthopedic procedure. 2020, we had COVID, and that obviously was a whirlwind. But then in 2021, we started our outreach into other portions of Cayman. So we opened our Cayman Brac clinic in 2021, as well as the Camana Bay clinic in 2021. Then in 2022, we had the groundbreaking of Health City in Camana Bay. We also had the opening of the Camana Bay Chemotherapy Center. And then we had the arrival of the robotic Da Vinci machine, the one on island, in 2022. In 2023, we opened the Gene Thompson Radiotherapy Center, and that's the first radiotherapy center in the Cayman Islands. In 2023, voted Best Medical Facility in the Cayman Islands. 2023, Enterprise Accreditation from JCI. 2023, we had a collaboration with Dana-Farber Cancer Institute out of the US, and that's the medical institution that is aligned with Harvard. We have a collaboration with them. And in 2024, collaboration with Doctors Hospital, no affiliation in the Cayman Islands, but Doctor Hospital Bahamas, largest private medical facility there for all of their complex off-island care. And we are obviously in 2024 celebrating 10 years. And soon come, we will have the opening of our new Camana Bay facility right there in the center of Georgetown, coming in July, and fingers crossed will be open in August as well. So those are just, brief highlights of all of the firsts, all of the types of procedures, which are your higher level procedures that otherwise people would have had to have flown overseas for, or during sometimes based on time, may not have actually made it in time, or if they did make it in time to survive, the quality of outcomes would have been less based on the time that would have extended between getting an air ambulance. And you would have heard Dr. Leon speaking to the fact that, you don't want to be, 30,000 feet in the air when you have certain medical ailments. In a lot of cases, you would have to first wait many hours and then take that chance and be in the air to get to the US and or Jamaica or wherever else that prior to Health City, you would have had to travel to. So just wanted to make sure that listening audience understands in terms of all of the firsts and all of the types of procedures that Health City would have brought to the Caribbean as well as to the Cayman Islands.
Yeah, I mean, truly, truly amazing. I mean, when you go through that list, it's just like, wow, to think that all of that has been accomplished in the past, 10 years is just phenomenal. Dr. Leon, when you hear their list of accomplishments, what goes through your mind?
It's fascinating, right? For a hospital to open the doors to patient number one just 10 years ago and go through a list that has them at the cutting edge of medical technology and care in the entire world. There's nothing I can receive we now live in North Carolina. So if I were to go to Duke, there is nothing that can be offered at Duke that's not available at Health City. And that's just amazing when you think that that's occurred in 10 years. And because I'm a surgeon, I tend to focus on the interventional parts of hospital care, but
yes,
this is duplicative, right? This is occurring in their chemotherapy units, in their radiotherapy units. This is outstanding inpatient and outpatient care from top to bottom. It's amazing that that's happened in 10 years. And I get it. It's not a completely de novo, right? It's based on an incredibly complex, mature healthcare system that has now adopted Cayman as a new location for the healthcare system. But it's still fascinating to me that it's occurred.
Wonderful. All right. So
at a cost, by the way, that is percentages of the same cost cares of an equivalent care episode in the United States.
And I think that's important, most certainly to note as well. So questions or comments, 936-2626. Obviously, the phone lines are open. Johan has a ridiculous request. He says, Auntie Sandy, ask them if we can get a 2-for-1 special for you and me, for me and you, sorry, so that we can get our hot bodies back, our hot summer bodies back. Johan, mine never left, so that will be your special only. He's Dr. Leon, I'm sure you're sitting here going, what on earth is going on this program? We have, it's like a family atmosphere here. We have a classroom full of some very serious individuals and good students. However, Johan has taken on the role of the class clown. So he is constantly putting in these comments that just, make you just kind of laugh. Good morning to Fit Jamaican Girl joining us this morning. Garrett says people bring up the argument that the aircraft is pressurized, but to debunk that, the aircraft only gets pressurized between 6,000 to 8,000 feet because it is dangerous to carry surface pressure to 30,000 feet. So he's someone who has on his pilot hat this morning. Good morning to Fit Jamaican Girl. She says, I thought that was Paul Campbell. You mean Grayson joining us on the show? Oh. Okay. All right. So we do have some gift certificates we're going to be giving away this morning. Shamari, how many are we going to do?
I think we have two to give, and then I'll save one more for next week.
Okay. All right. Nice. Okay. So we do have questions. Shamari is going to have the questions ready for us. And of course, this is an executive. Tell people exactly what they're going to be receiving as part of this.
No, definitely. So you're going to get an executive health check. So, Dr. Leon talks about the fact that he was in top tip shape as he thought. And, we're always able to help you on the back end. But Health City always wants to make sure that everybody understands their numbers, that they go through the executive health check in order to, one, get advice if they need to change a few of their, daily living types of scenarios in order to make sure that they're as healthy as possible so that, with all given probability, they don't have to see a Dr. Benoit. So we're definitely giving away the executive health check that carries you through the full components. And I see Sandy showing, for those watching online, the bag that we would have, the canvas bag, as well as the Health City water bottle. And then obviously the gift certificate is what gets you the executive health check. So I made it purposeful when I went through all of our firsts. So for the first executive health check, if you can list at least 3 firsts that we've had in the Cayman Islands and or Caribbean, you will be a winner of an executive health check. So name 3 firsts.
Yes, 936-2626. You got to call in. Give us 3 firsts for Health City Cayman Islands. Good morning, caller.
Hi, morning.
Morning. Just speak up a little bit for me. You're live on air.
Hi. Okay.
Hi. 3 firsts.
Okay, for Health City.
Yes.
I know it opened in 2014.
I don't know if we're going to count that as a first, though. Are we counting that as a first, Shamari?
Well, let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes.
All right.
Okay. And you had the cardiac bypass.
Yes.
2015.
Yes.
With 2015, you had some gold seal of approval. 2016, you had a stroke. A stroke.
Okay.
2017, echocardio patient. 2018, brain aneurysm.
All right. All right. You've done enough. You've done enough.
Taking notes. Well done. Well done.
She could give you a talk.
I know.
Okay, I tell you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That is
Was listening.
fantastic.
Definitely. Ding, ding, ding.
Ding,
Executive
ding,
health.
ding. We've got a winner. Congratulations. Let me just get your first name.
Suzanne.
Suzanne, congratulations. And I'm just going to send your number this morning to the Health City Cayman Islands team, and they will contact you to get your little bag, your certificate included. Have you ever done an executive health check before?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Taking a lot of notes.
Yes. So this is a wonderful opportunity for you to get that done. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you too.
Okay, darling. Wow. Fantastic. We already have other people calling in, waiting for the next question. Or do you have a comment, caller? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Sandy. How are you?
Good morning, honey. I'm good. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Scott. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, we're going to have problem, me and you, but do you know the second patient that Dr. Alvin did surgery on in the Cayman Islands?
Second patient he did surgery on. Was it you?
Exactly.
Ding, ding, ding. I'm a winner. What do I get for guessing that correctly?
Mr. Edward Solomon, God bless his soul, that has passed away. Mr. Edward Solomon was the first one.
Wow.
The Dr. Alvin did surgery on, and then I was the second one. And I promoted 30. Maybe Mr. Scott don't know, or I don't know if he was there then. I promoted 30 patients up there to Dr. Alvin and Dr. Benoit. I was the one also promoted on the Rooster and on Radio Cayman with Dr. Alvin for Health City. So I have a strong connection at Health City. From time it started, when it was open, I was one of the invitees to meet Dr. Shepherd as well.
Wow. Beautiful. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for that testimonial.
Okay. Mr. Scott, I saw your dad the other day, and he told me that I mustn't call you, I have to text you for you to answer me.
Send me a WhatsApp.
Yes.
Now I don't have your number.
I'll send it to you. If you message me, I'll forward it to you. Just send me a WhatsApp and I'll give you his details. Not a problem.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So yes, Mr. Shillette there sharing his story with us. So many testimonials, like he said. You know, it's amazing once you've had an experience like this, because you can't help. I'm sure Dr. Leon, even Grayson, can relate to this. You can't help but shout it from the rooftops. Like let everybody know that you've had this amazing life-saving procedure at Cayman Islands, at a Cayman Islands hospital, namely Health City Cayman Islands. So thank you so much to that caller. Truly amazing. All right, our next question, Shamari.
I mean, the first caller did so well. That's why I wanted her to stop, because the next question is going to be named, because I went through quite a list, right? So name another 3 firsts that Health City has actually achieved. Let's see if somebody else was listening and writing it down, or I don't know if she did that from memory, but she did a great job.
Fantastic. So 936-2626. You can't name the same ones. All right. Good morning, caller.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, let me try it. You did the first heart surgery where you put the thing outside of the heart. Your first
Sorry, I was just saying that you described that pretty well. So that was the thing outside of the heart. That's the LVAD surgery. Okay. Sorry, the second one.
Your first open your clinic came in back in 2021, and you did your first cardio cardio bypass in 2017.
Did she list that one already?
The bypass was listed already.
More?
Do you have any more?
Oh Lord, no, I don't have another one.
Well, you know what? We are in a generous mood, and the fact that you called in and you had first listed anyway, we will go ahead and give you that executive health check. Thank you for calling in, and thank you for listening.
Wonderful. Let me just get your name.
Georgette.
Miss Georgette. Hold on one second here. Let me make sure I get the number. Okay, I see you're calling us on WhatsApp. No problem. And Miss Georgette, have you ever had an executive health checkup before?
No.
So this will be your first time. Wonderful. Very good.
Yes, it will be. Thank you. I've always wanted to win, but I'm not always listening from the beginning, so I couldn't answer all the questions.
Yes. Well, you were on it. You were on it today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thanks, my dear.
Okay, bye.
All right, we have another caller. Good morning, caller.
Good morning. How are you?
Not bad. How are you?
Not too bad. Did someone win it already?
Yes, we've had both Miss Georgette and Suzanne. Congratulations to both of them who were winners this morning.
Okay, so I don't have a chance then.
Next week. You
gotta be quick on the numbers.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, though.
All right, my darling. Congratulations.
All right. Bye-bye.
All righty. So yeah, you gotta be really quick. So this is fantastic. So Shamari, a lot of people are trying to win those gift certificates because this is an amazing opportunity for them to get a full executive health check and to really see their numbers. Dr. Leon, do you think, in your case, you say that there weren't any warning signs that you saw. Were you doing your executive health checks? I'm kind of curious to know if you were taking care of yourself.
Yeah, yes. So
okay,
annual, full, physical, all my routine testing, lab work.
Wow, and it just happened.
There's just a percentage of people whose first cardiac event is a cardiac arrest.
Yeah,
we had one in the community living. We had a very fit guy who had just won his tennis championship have a cardiac arrest on a tennis court last week.
Oh my God.
So yeah, unfortunately it occurs, and you're only fortunate if you have people around you who know what to do from the minute you arrest.
Wow. Yeah. So, that's so important. And, Shamari, I think one of the episodes that I'd like to see us do hopefully soon is just talking about things like CPR and what are the devices called? Help me out here now.
The AED.
The AED devices, yes. And how important it is to have those available at different locations throughout the island. So really, really amazing. Thank you so much.
Katana, who's in that video, the reason I'm here and fine is the second I hit the deck on the back of that treadmill, his team was on top of me. And it's all about getting immediate restoration of blood circulation, mostly to your brain, right? From the CPR and then the AED when necessary. So, yeah, the fact that we shouldn't have a gym or a tennis court or a public place without an AED available. And more importantly, you need to have people who know how to use it.
You know how to use it. Absolutely. Yep. To get more and more people trained.
Yep.
For sure. Tanisha, joining us from the Bahamas this morning, is wondering if she can get the price for the executive checkup with insurance because she's going to be coming in to get this done. So tell her how to best contact you all because there's add-ons, Tanisha, that you can do. I mean, I have done the procedure and there's lots of add-ons that you can do, including the women's package option. You can do obviously cardio health. There's a couple add-ons that you can package together, so they can give you full details. Shamari, how can they reach out to the team at Health City?
So she can reach out to info@healthcity.ky, or she can always call us if she wants to at 640-4040, area code 345 if she's calling from the Bahamas. But we also have a rep in the Bahamas, so if she wants to message you separately and leave her contact details, we can actually have our rep in the Bahamas reach out to her as well.
Yes. And Tanisha, if you want to, you can private message us here at CMR if you want to share your number. One of the Health City team members have said that they will have someone call you directly with more information. So just you can WhatsApp us 345-936-2626 or via Facebook or Instagram as well is the best way. All right, Angie says, I'm getting mine done soon. Go, Angie. We like to see people being much more proactive with their healthcare, and that's really what this is all about. Letting you guys know the amazing offerings that Health City Cayman Islands has available.
And I know she just said, Nurse Sands, and that's correct. That is the Health City rep. So she seems to know who to reach out to. Yes.
Okay, you guys got some feet on the ground all over the place. You know, Bahamas, TNT. This is fantastic news. So Shamari, I know you'll be back on the program next week as we continue to look at your expanding footprint for Health City Cayman Islands. Such a proud moment to be able to talk about all the amazing things, whether it's the Healthcare Explorers program, 40,000 plus quality interactions with students that is, encouraging them to become healthcare professionals if that's exactly what they want to do. There's a young man in the lab, in the laboratory, very, very pleasant young man. He's kind of moved up. I can't remember what position he started in, but last time I was there, he was, I was being told by, what's his name?
Dr. Druva?
In the blood lab. Oh gosh, I can't remember his name now. But anyway, he was saying to me, this young man has progressed, and he is doing so incredibly well, working with patients. And I think he may have recently got a promotion as well. So he's continuing talking about Caymanians. Daniel, yes, thank you. Talking about Caymanians who have really gone into Health City Cayman Islands and seen opportunities, not just to start within the organization, but to progress and have upward mobility and opportunities as well. So that's very, very refreshing. And one of the other physicians that I was speaking to recently was saying to me that, they're happy, like they come here and they want to see Caymanians who are interested, that they can then take under their wings and give amazing opportunities to, because he said, listen, this is your country. You guys have to, be willing to step up to the plate and take charge. So very, very good. Evelyn, your message has already been sent. She said, please remember to send my message to Shamari. Don't worry. I've already passed that along to him on WhatsApp, and he's going to no doubt get that sorted out for you. Fantastic. Anything else that we need to cover this morning before we?
No, I think I just want to say a huge thank you for, Grayson, who is in charge of our transportation. So he came in, helping us. He had his own company and helping us with transfers. And then we were so successful so quickly. We convinced him to come on board, and he has gone from being the owner driver to being the manager to having a slew of drivers, to also being in charge of other areas of deliveries within Health City. So we're very proud of Grayson and the fact that he's been with us virtually since day one. And then also thank Leon Joseph for always being so willing to share his story and to talk about Health City and obviously his friendship now with Dr. Benoit. But you are special, Dr. Leon Joseph. But as you said, the great thing about Dr. Benoit is that he is like that with everybody. And that's some of the secret sauce, across with all of our physicians that come to Health City, that, back in tourism, we tried to bottle up what makes Cayman so special, and it's that Cayman kind. And, the Health City physicians and nurses and ICU team really fit within that Cayman kind that has helped Health City to be that extension of Cayman kind, not only internally, but also to the world as well.
All right, Miss Donna just wants a repeat of the phone number that she can call.
640-4040 or info@healthcity.ky.
All right, and Samantha is asking who's the rep in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, so that would be Aisha, but I can actually, if she wants a message as well, I'll send you all of the details for the rep in Trinidad as well. Aisha Munsami would be her name. And she actually grew up here in the Cayman Islands. Her parents were originally from Trinidad. She moved around a lot with policy and she's back in Trinidad, and she is one of our reps that we have in Trinidad as well.
Beautiful. Absolutely wonderful. So, Dr. Leon said in his case, he was doing all the right things and there were no warning signs. But I can tell you that for the vast majority of us, there are warning signs, folks. This is a testimonial, personal experience. You see your numbers going up, whether it's that A1C number, your blood pressure not being under control, your cholesterol, increasing over the years. You're putting on extra weight around the midsection, around those critical organs, including your heart. So there are normally signs that something is going to go awry with your health. And so pay attention to your bodies, do your executive health checks to give you some, even baseline markers of where you are and what areas you need to improve upon. I've told you guys already, I have myself a few numbers that I need to be very, very cognizant of. I need to do my best to bring those down. I need to exercise more. I need to watch my diet. A big shout out to, I told you guys recently, I did my colonoscopy and they found a couple polyps. And he said to me, we don't think that these are of any concern. I forget what the medical term are for these particular types, but they still send those off to biopsy. So this past week, I had my consultative call with the doctor there in relation to that as well. And he confirmed that, those are not the ones that they're worried about. So now I'm good for 10 years, unless something else happens. That is kind of an indication that I need, to have that area explored. Good for 10 years. Once every 10 years, trust me, I know everybody talks about the prep being kind of and whatever, but it can be a life-saving procedure. And please, please, please keep in mind that, it is just one of those things that the numbers, especially in the US, are decreasing for people who are having colorectal cancer. Now they've recommended starting screening at age 45 instead of 50. So don't delay. We all know the things that we need to do. Make healthcare. We have an amazing facility here with Health City Cayman Islands. Make healthcare and doing your checks just routine. Part of the things that's on your checklist every single year that you've got to do. And you'd be surprised how you can catch things really, really early when you take that approach. Yeah. So that's my little spiel for today. All right, wonderful. Thank you so much. Most times there are no prior signs. I think that there's signs, it's just that people don't always know, especially with young people. And Dr. Leon, you can speak to this because again, you're in the field. So you've done it for your entire professional career. People miss a lot of signs, don't they?
I think you said it well. Pay attention to your body, right? People drive their vehicles and they notice that something doesn't sound right, and they take it right to the mechanic, but they don't listen to what their body's telling them. And I think you're spot on. When your body's telling you something, you have to pay attention.
Absolutely. Don't delay. All right, folks. So again, another segment with Health City. This is Medical Rundown Tuesdays with Health City. Thanks so much to Dr. Leon Joseph, now enjoying his retirement, grandbabies, weddings, all sorts of celebrations happening in his family, and still keeping an eye on what's going on with basketball so he can keep Shamari in check.
That's exactly right.
we have half a championship up on you because I'm counting the in tournament championship.
And Mr. Grayson, thank you so much for sharing your journey with us, your weight loss journey. And of course, continue to keep on it, because I know so many people that have had the procedure and unfortunately, they kind of slide backwards with it, but you've been doing very, very well. So it's important to, again, do the things that you can do to control those elements of your health. So maybe I'll see you on the pickleball court one day soon, Grayson.
Hopefully, get Shamari there so we can make it a real competition.
There you go.
I don't know. Have you tried pickleball yet, Jamari? Have you tried?
I have not. I have not.
Oh
So
man, it's
we'll
awesome.
see. I was an avid squash player back in the day. So
Okay.
we'll see if those skills translate.
Yes. All right. I'm gonna take up a little. We're gonna do a little challenge here. So yep. I'll send you some details. All right. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good rest
Thank
of your
you
day.
for having me.
You too. All right, folks. So again, that is Health City Cayman Islands joining us for another amazing segment. Of course, we've got breaking news here. We wouldn't be doing it any other way, but let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back after these messages.
We're losing our culture, and we need to go back to the old days.
We don't stand tall anymore. We don't know who we are. We are already a minority, a numerical minority in Cayman.
We're too easily outnumbered. We didn't have large families, and so that's why we're at a disadvantage now. We don't have a national identity, and we're struggling to develop a national identity.
And that's why it is important for Caymanians to know where they're coming from.
When I ask Caymanian children, they don't know 1/10 of the things that I know about my heritage.
If we don't address where we're coming from, we're going to think that we're somebody else. And we're going to allow other people to come here and, as the Rastafarians would say, down-press our culture.
Do you own a 1996 to 2016 Honda vehicle? There is an ongoing urgent safety recall regarding faulty Takata airbag inflators in Honda vehicles in the Cayman Islands. As affected vehicles get older, a combination of high temperatures and humidity can affect airbag inflators with the fault. If you're involved in a collision, the airbag can go off with too much explosive force, causing sharp metal fragments to shoot out and kill or seriously injure people in the vehicle. To check whether your vehicle is affected, go to HondaCayman.com/recalls. Honda will replace any defective airbag inflators completely free of charge. Contact the Car City service team to arrange this. Please take the time to check if your vehicle is affected by this urgent safety recall by going to HondaCayman.com/recalls now.
All right, folks, welcome back to the program. Lord Jesus, please take the bus today. We have some Cuban nationals protesting by the government building. So they are going to be joining us here in just a minute. I'm waiting for them. To all the people who sent me photos of what's going on this morning and messages, I appreciate it. So I'm going to try to bring you guys up to speed on the situation here. Hold on a second now, honey chill. Let me just give you guys a little bit of background information. So, of course, early this morning, we got word that they were protesting. Even people in the government building are sending me pictures from up above. What I can tell you is we're going to get the details and exactly why they're protesting here in just a second. So give me a minute. And they're actually going to be joining us as well. What the heat? Okay. So let me just see. Some people sent me some photos. Hold on one second, honey chill. Who sent me photos this morning? Someone sent me a really good one that I was trying to find again. Okay, so here is one. Let me just show you guys what's going on. And of course, you know, CMR brings you stuff live and direct because what else are we going to do, honey chill? This is news. So this is a hot mess of a situation. But they are out there this morning. And not only we're going to give you the news in terms of them protesting, but you're not going to believe their timing probably couldn't have been worse because we have visitors, we have dignitaries that are actually visiting our beautiful island. And so now they get to see this, and I'm sure they're wondering what on earth is happening in the Cayman Islands, honey chill. So give me one quick second here. I'm going to actually show you guys this. Hold on now. Hold on. So who else sent me a picture this morning? Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. I just found one. Yes, here we go. All right, so I've got a couple pictures. So apparently, I mean, like I said, the timing is very, very interesting. But apparently, there is a deputy governor's meeting from all the Caribbean OTs, overseas territories, and Bermuda, all here visiting this week. So there's a conference that is going on. And so they're getting a visit, an eyesore of all these protesters. The doors have just been opened to the government building, I'm told, instead of the usual 8:30. They've just been opened. So there was a delay in opening them. And my sources said that the big wigs up on the 5th floor were saying not to open the doors. So they're trying to figure this out. This is really an embarrassment. And so I do want to talk to the Cuban nationals this morning to see exactly what it is that they're protesting this time and what is it that they have to say. So let me see if we can get, there's a guy. In fact, they had been calling me since yesterday. This is so ironic because I was on a call yesterday with the young ladies who had stolen money out of the tip jar. They were trying to convince me to take the video down. And so I was on a call with them that took up quite a bit of my time after the show. But I, saw this person continually calling me. So I wasn't quite sure what was going on. I did try to call them back, but to no avail. So look, honey child, we're going to find out from them this morning exactly what their grievances are and what is going on, because no bueno. This is not a good look for the Cayman Islands. So let me see. What's this guy's name? Let me see if he's ready here. Yeah, so he called me 3 times again this morning. And I was actually in the shower and my husband said, somebody's trying to reach you urgently. I said, oh, Lord Jesus, please take the wheel. Okay, let me see if he's ready. We're going to get him to do a video link if we can. Yes, hi,
Hello.
Good morning. Are you ready to join with the video link?
Just give me like 10 minutes, please.
Okay. All righty.
So I'm speaking with some authority.
Okay, no problem. So, yes, the authorities are there. The police are there. Let me show you guys. So here they are protesting. They've got signage up. Here's the popo. We got a couple police officers standing up there as well. And then this is another visual of them protesting, sitting down on our government building. The irony of this, of course, is so incredibly interesting because Caymanians not even doing this. We're not even out by the government building protesting in our own country. And so it is very, very interesting to see other people come and take advantage, I guess, of the right to protest when we're not even doing it ourselves. And when I tell you that that's ironic, believe me when I say that that's ironic. What a hot mess. So there they are protesting. Good morning.
Good morning, Sandy. Where
Hi,
they
darling.
should have protest should have been in Cuba, not here.
I know. Trust
We're
and
so
believe.
sick of these people.
Yeah.
I mean, they come here and they believe they own the Cayman Islands. They should have done that back home and see what would happen to them over there. That's what needs to be done. And the Cayman Islands government needs to ship all of them back. Thank you.
Thank you, my darling. Yeah.
Okay, bye-bye.
I mean, there's a degree of ungratefulness as someone who's actually lived in another man's country for the opportunities that were available in that country. I can tell you that it breaks my heart to see people protesting the way in which they do. I want to hear what they have to say because, I definitely want to hear them. We're going to give them an opportunity to speak, but I think they have to recognize that there's they're probably not doing themselves a whole lot of favors. Let me just put it that way. Good morning, caller.
Morning, Sandy.
Morning, dear.
I got straight off your topic for the second, right? But something very important. You see that little clipping you played at the break where it talked about emancipation stuff? But those were past ministers speaking there, right? But how can they say that we need Cayman Pride, which when they were in the house, none of them ever thought about putting civics into schools? So how are we going to have Cayman Pride if they'll teach us about ourselves? Something to be proud about. So that always irks me when I see that little commercial, especially who is saying it. Mr. Levy, Dr. Levy, when he was saying it, yeah, I embrace him 100%. But the next two, they had a chance to change certain things here, but did nothing about it. So how do they expect people to be proud of something that they know nothing about, you know? Because like I tell them, you know, you see the residence test that they do here. If you put that in all the high schools, just the high schools, with the bigger students, none of them would pass. And it's all about Cayman. None of them would pass. And I'm going to put my 2 cents in the Cuban thing now. I don't know what they're protesting about today, but yeah, they should start it back from in Cuba. If they had all gone up and protest in Cuba, I think they would have had a better outcome in Cuba. You know what I mean? Internally. But to come here and we offer them sanctions and all kind of different stuff that we don't offer our own. And yet they can still get up and want to raise this unrest in our own country, you know what I mean? So basically for me, if they want to go home, help them to get home, yeah. You know what I mean? But tell them to don't come back because we didn't help them to get here. You know what I mean? And the wet foot, dry foot thing in America done a long time now, so it can't be America they're trying to get up there, you know, because they ain't accepting them like one time. Obama changed that. You know what I mean? So them coming here and demanding certain things, I don't respect that. I don't dig that no more. You know what I mean? That's not good. All right. You have a good day.
Thank you, dear. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I think this is how most Caymanians would say that they feel about this. You know, it demonstrates a certain level of ungratefulness because, you know, they come here and they get a lot of services and a lot of things available to them that, quite frankly, in Cuba, they are not getting. And so nobody's going to make them starve here in the Cayman Islands. So, you know, to be so incredibly ungrateful is not something that we appreciate. You know, show a little bit of gratitude, honey child, because this ain't it. This ain't it. Dee Dee says, isn't that something? Expats protesting in our islands and Caymanians just sitting back being quiet. I tell you, that is... Whew, Dee Dee. Yes, my dear child. Good morning, Stephanie. Irvlin says, this is not a good look, and them Cubans are going to have a revolution in Cayman, like what they did in Cuba. Only Castro was good enough for them. They are truly unruly. Well, Castro was good enough because he kept them under manners. And so now you kind of do wonder if there was a reason why he had to be so dictatorial. You know, there's a logic there that maybe some people don't understand anything else. I'm just saying. Sophia says, send them back home. So disgraceful, says First Lady Jayanne. Cayman is too easy, says Sophia. Irvlin says, if they was Lovella, they would drag her off to jail. Oh, Lovell, Marriott. No, she doesn't get dragged off to jail. Speaking of her, she's actually in court today. Somebody sent it to me yesterday to say that she is in court today with, I don't know, some other charges, honey chow. Let me see if I can find that message. But yeah, somebody sent me the cause list yesterday. And I was like, oh, Jesus, here we go again. So, and even in terms of her, you know, I'm going to be very, very honest. When she goes to Jamaica, my sources say that she knows how to behave herself when she's there. When she's on our soil, for whatever reason, she acts out the most. As soon as she touches down in Kingston, all of a sudden her wits are about her. She got plenty sense, and she's not doing no foolishness. So what? I mean, they're taking liberties with us because perhaps we are a little bit too soft in this country. I'm just saying. Okay. Let me see here now. So yeah, she's in court. Let me just put the cause list. Somebody mentioned this. Where is she on the list? Ooh. Oh, good grief. I can't even see that. Hold on. I'm going to get it for y'all. But yeah, she's on the list for something or another. Here we go. Causing an annoyance or discomfort. They can sure pull up some charges on her that I've never even heard of before, but there you go. And threats to kill, causing fear or provocation of violence, and criminal trespass. So she's looking at 4 charges today, honey child. Wow. My people, I tell you what. Ay. I don't even know what to say some days. I'm just speechless by the foolishness that's going on in this country. Jeez, peace. Okay. All right. Let me see. What else we got here? So sad, really. Only in the beautiful Cayman Islands do we see this foolishness going on. All right. So, thank you, of course, to all the people who keep me updated, because I don't always have an opportunity to keep up with all of these things, you know. Some days I don't get to look at the court list, none at all. So this one is Magistrate Gunn that she is in front of today. And look like her thing is somebody's in possession of a forged document. Wow, how many charges is he looking at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. What the heck? Wowee. No, sir. I tell you what. Okay. Well, there you have it. All right. What a good look this morning. Yeah, says Sophia. First lady says not even Jamaicans would do something like that. Kiss my teeth. That is true. I mean, you're not gonna find Jamaicans protesting like that. None at all. My goodness. So we'll see if they come on. They did say that they wanted to come on, and like I said, I'm very interested to hear what they have to say. So these are the most recent charges for Madame Lovell, but you know, she goes on and protests in a ridiculous way too. Scandalous. Cuba is experiencing economic difficulties at this time, shortage of cash. Actually, Magdalene, I sent that story to Renee yesterday. So she should be putting that up on CMR shortly as well. But yes, they're actually running out of cash. Running out of money. Can you believe it? Because their country is running such a S show over there. You know, we're getting, unfortunately, the brunt of their issues floating up on our shores as well. I tell you what. Anyway, that should be up on CMR here shortly. Let me see who else we got. Angela, good morning. She says, I've never heard of such a thing before. Like I said, happening in Cayman, honey child. Miss Morna says, all Caymanians do is we talk, and no action, just saying. You know, I don't know. Miss Marina, good morning. What they need to do is haul their rear end back home and protest an ungrateful nationality. Andrew said, I was thinking of that too, sir. If it is being taught in our schools. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Just one brief question on this.
Sure.
I want to know, last year or year before last, the law was amended that you had to get permission to protest.
I think that's always been the case, but they don't do it, and nobody seems to stop them.
What my other question is, the police are there, and the last time that I went there to the government building on business, this person in person attacked me, and the police didn't say anything to them. When I went inside, 5 of them came and asked me, what did I say to him? And the guy said to me, he said, I was just walking and I didn't even know what the hell was going on. And he said, you people like you is what make this happen to me. So I said, who are you talking to? What you talking about? He said, you no good Caymanians make this happen to me. So I personally put down my things. I wanted to put a right foot in his face, but somehow I held myself because I stupid like that for my rights. Anyway, I went inside and the police came and asked me, what did I say? I said, well, why didn't you ask him what he said to me? Why you come to me? It's 5 of you out there from I came here. Anyway, the law supposed to be passed that we Caymanians have to get permission to protest. So where is the police assistance to stop them and take them into the station, have them questioned to find out what are their rights of protesting? Why they have to go out in the streets and bring scandal and shame upon us? Like we are doing something wrong and we're feeding all of them. We didn't bring them here. I got $3 left in my pocket this morning for gas. Would you try to get the country to come together and get a plane to get them people out of the country before somebody get in trouble for them?
Right.
Because if they come my way again, it's going to be between hell and heaven. And ain't going to be no law no more. Because the politicians are there. They're supposed to see that these things don't happen. There's no need for that. How Mr. Walton could take his crew that is out there watching them doing nothing and being paid to bring them in and find out what is the problem. We got tourists in this land that are looking at this, that is supporting this country financially, and they are discriminating it. Listen to me, sweetheart. Ask them, please don't come this way. There ain't no promise that they're going to go back. Have a nice day and thank you.
Thank you, my darling. 936-2626. People are very, very frustrated, obviously. Fit Jamaican Girl says this is what you call entitlement. Good morning to Miss Debbie. Somebody said, please give that caller kaboom. Everton says the same energy these people take to go to someone else's country and behave like they're entitled to, why not do it in their own country? Because they know they can't. They come to the United States of America and they do the same thing about their entitlement. Just be humble, says Everton. Debbie says, angry, send those vagabonds home, not the nice ones. Sophia says, magistrate, gun gonna get her this morning. I think it's just a mention because this is the first time she's appearing on these charges. So not much is likely to happen. They'll give her the file or she'll have to hire an attorney or whatever. So I'm still waiting on this guy to see if he's going to come on or what they're doing. It sounds like maybe someone is actually negotiating with them this morning. Anybody there that wants to join the live stream in front of the government building that's watching this hot mess, let me know. So I'm trying to understand what their grievances are. But this is what a source told me. This is one of my government sources. They said that apparently the issue stems from this. They says, good morning, Sandra. I understand that the migrants are protesting at GAB this morning is directly related to the arrest in the early hours of this morning of 2 migrants for escaping lawful custody. I'm sure that the migrants who are protesting today will use the CMR platform to complain about everything and everyone. I'm just giving you some context. So we appreciate the context, of course. Because yes, these people are ungrateful at best, something else at worst. Honey chill. I'm curious. I don't know what our government officials are doing, if they're gonna just let the police try to deal with it, or what the heck is going on. But I tell you what. It's a mess. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, Auntie Sandra. How are you today?
Not too bad. How you doing?
This fine Tuesday morning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is good. This is good news for Cayman with them Cubans protesting. This is terrific news. I love it. I love it. They should have one of those protests every day with these dumb politicians we got in this country. I've been saying this for years. Why are they bringing in these Cubans? They don't have the nuts to stand up. We're not gonna have politicians with the nuts to stand up. All 19 of them should be taken outside by these Cubans in the administration building, caught a fire, and the assembly building caught a fire because it's useless. It is useless when this kind of thing happens. And I mean, I'm actually being serious here because it's so stupid of our politicians. You know, they could do this if they just stand up and talk. They could say, well, we don't need to bring these in here, and that would be it. They say they got rules and regulations that they got follow internationally. That is a bunch of foolishness. They could talk, and if they talk, they wouldn't have to upset no Cubans here, and it wouldn't be no issue. You see, this is what's happening all over the island. Cayman is operating like a sweet prostitute, like a clean prostitute. That is Cayman. So all of that. I wish more Cubans would go down and protest.
Okay,
This
we
is
have
good.
them
I
on
hope
the
the
live
people-
now. So
the
let's see
people-
let's try to figure out what's going on. Thank you, my dear. Okay, thanks, dear. All right. Good morning, sir.
Muchachos, hagan silencio un momento. Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you well, properly.
Okay. So
Yes, we are here. Just let me explain you what is happening right now.
Why are you protesting?
Yes, we are protesting because the CBC, the government have violated our human rights and refugee rights. Now, the director of immigration come to us and tell us.
So let me
that he's gonna call the police.
Just a minute. Let's back up a little bit, right? Because we need to understand exactly what the issue is. When you say that they have violated your rights, what did they do?
Yes.
You say violated your rights.
For example, our process, political asylum. We apply for political asylum, and we realize that what we said, the reason why we are here, they changed. They changed for the our declaration. Now there is people here that have been in this island for 10 years or 3 years, and they don't receive not even a call for that to the process.
They haven't received a call?
No, they don't receive any answer from CBC, no government, from nothing, from nobody.
So let me just clarify. You're saying that the issue is that when they apply for political asylum, that it's taking too long? That's what the issue is?
Yes, the issue is that the process, a political asylum process, is something that the government he choose if somebody can apply for asylum. The government of Cayman say yes to the Cuban that we can apply to the asylum here. Therefore, we are here. We came, we arrived by BRAC, and then we apply for asylum. They take you to Cayman, Grand Cayman, and we have spent years waiting for the asylum process, and they don't care. They changed up what we say, the reason why we are here, because we are here because we are persons that think different to the communist country that is Cuba. Now Cuba right now is a country that is supporting the war in Russia and Ukraine. And Cuba is sending people like me, young people, to fight in Russia. Therefore, the European Parliament said that Cuba is a terrorist country. You know that in Cuba, if you post something on Facebook, only for that you can take 15 years on the jail, or they can kill you for that.
For doing what?
Therefore, is the reason that you have seen the increase of the.
Tell me, I missed what you said, that if you do, you get 15 years. What was it that you do? You get 15 years?
For example, you post something on Facebook that only say, I'm the kind of person that no communist. I don't want this for my country. That's enough. They say that you go to the jail for 15 years.
Oh, okay. So let me ask you a question, right? Because we do have people, over 500 people listening to this show this morning and more listening on radio. And so they say that, listen, in Cuba, you just said even posting on social media can land you in jail. You don't have the basic freedom of speech. You don't have any freedoms really in Cuba. You come to the Cayman Islands. We're not telling you can't post on Facebook. You're protesting in front of the government building. You're doing all of these things. People say that when you come to the Cayman Islands that you guys are ungrateful, that you're not showing any gratitude. And so that's very upsetting.
That is something that you said, but it's not real. Let me explain something about that. Imagine our situation. You come to Cuba right now, and the government say, yes, you can come in. We're gonna give you a right process. You can apply for asylum or whatever you want. One time that you are in the country, that process asylum never happened. That's the second one.
Yeah, but listen, in your own country, I mean, the government would tell you something and they're not going to do it either. So I don't know if the Cayman Islands is so unique. I think we're trying to get it right, and there might be delays.
Right. So you basically are telling me that Cayman Island want to be like Cuba?
No,
that don't respect the human rights?
Listen, we're a small country, right? And on an annual basis, we have spent over $3 million on Cuban refugees. Has it occurred to you maybe we're doing the best that we can do? And, you know, the more Cubans come here, the harder.
Well, I would like to explain something about that. You say that the government spent $3 million in us?
Yes.
Listen, when you have the time properly, to volunteer, all the people live in the towns. The only thing that government gave you to us was a small bed, nothing else. And the government only give you 160 CI for a month. You think that you can survive with 160 CI for a month? Sometimes
they're giving you housing and food. All these things cost money, right? But we do have, one second for me, sir. We do have 2 callers on the line that want to, maybe they have a comment or question for you. So Johan, I think you're up first. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Hi. Yeah, hello?
Ms. Darlene, I'm getting a lot of feedback from you, so let me just call you back after Johan is finished.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Can I ask you more question?
Yeah. Johan, go ahead.
So,
is he off the line?
You think?
No,
think that all these people?
He's not here talking. So if you want to wait till he's finished, then you'll have to call back.
Okay, I understand. Maybe I said something that you don't like. That's what happened. Yeah. Yeah.
Good morning, caller.
Hi, Sandy. You see the disrespect that we are getting. You are trying to talk to him, and he is not listening. I think you should put a vote on this. This is the height of ungratefulness. You're gonna talk about the government is not doing this and the government is not doing that. $3 million. That's ungratefulness. We as a country need to, right, our citizens now, you need to put up a poll. You understand? Ask the question. Listen, this is gonna go international and it doesn't look good on us. After I accept you in my house and I'm taking care of you, and you are basically telling me that, listen, I am supposed to get my food at 12 o'clock and you're bringing it at 1 o'clock and I'm upset. Everybody has to wait on immigration. There are permits that are taking out 2 years before it's granted. This is the height of ungratefulness. And you are talking to him and he has a nerve of cutting you off and not listening.
Okay, caller. Thank you very much. 9362626. Ms. Darlene, good morning.
Yeah, I'm hearing now.
Hi. Sure, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. It's me, Sandy?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, good morning.
Morning.
I don't know if he's still there, because like that gentleman said before, you can see the rudeness from him. Oh, because you don't like something that I say. You know what we need to do now? Every Caymanian that could get out there, go and protest to get them off. Send them to where England sending them now? Rwanda. Send them over there. Send them somewhere in the Congos or whatever. I bet you then they'll know. Cuban, I'm a half Cuban. And let me tell you something. I've never, ever in my life met the most ungrateful people on this earth. And I'm telling you, is a Cuban. I'm telling you, you can do your 99 and 100, and they do not appreciate. They backstab you. They don't care as long as they get what they want. What they doing in Cayman? Let them go. What is our government doing? $3 million? You know how many locals that could help? You know how many scholarships that could help? They're too much, man. They got me so upset. Everywhere that they go, it's the same thing. With his rudeness, he don't want to talk to you. He won't butt in while you talking. And oh God, that's what Cayman need to do. I hope the deputy governor and them get them out. They can do what they want to do.
Yes.
Process them and fail every one of them. Make them get back to Cuba. Why they don't go to Cuba and do that? Why they don't go to Cuba? I don't feel sorry for not one of them. Not one of them. They're too ridiculous.
Thank you, my dear. So there was a request for a poll, but I didn't quite hear what the caller suggested the poll question was supposed to be. So can I just get some clarification on that? We have another caller. Good morning, caller.
Auntie Sandy, it's me.
Hello, Johan.
Hey, morning. Just want to start off by pointing out the obvious. If there was a group of 10 Caymanians, 50 Caymanians, 100 Caymanians that decided to show up at the government protest, we would be run off of the building and somebody would say, we don't have permission to be there. You need to have permission to gather in front of the public building, government buildings, and to have a protest, so on and so forth. The same rules that apply, that the system, the RCIPS, those that run the Go-Up building, those that run the civil service, that would apply to Caymanians. So my question is, why aren't you applying the law to those Cubans that are now embarrassing the country during a week? And don't get me wrong, it doesn't matter to me that we've got deputy governors and all the rest of it from all over the place, from the OTs here. The fact is, this is another example of where the law is not being enforced. But I guarantee you, if it was 10 Caymanians doing it, if it was Sandy and the CMR Mafia, they would be there and they would bust us off. Why can't the RCIPS walk up to these people and say, this is an illegal gathering, you have no permission, for we're asking you to disperse in the next 10 minutes, or we're getting buses, we're going to put you on buses and we're going to take you back to the detention center. That leads me to the other point. Every single person that is an aggrieved Cuban national that is here protesting, we changed laws during COVID every 2 weeks. We amended every process possible. Citizens here were under lock and key and on lockdown for what I think were valid reasons, because COVID was a legitimate concern for all. Implement a fast tracking system where we look at all of them and we say, unfortunately, you've gone through the asylum seeking process and you were unsuccessful, and let's take them back to Cuba. If they do not have passports, if they do not have identification, nothing on them, that is not a Cayman Islands problem. They are Cuban nationals. They've identified as Cuban nationals, and therefore the Cuban government must sort them out. Our responsibility is to facilitate Cuban nationals going back to Cuba, and then having the Cuban authorities manage that situation and deal with them however they see fit. If they are seeking, and the gentleman who was as rude as it gets, he's talking about the situation in Cuba. If you want the situation in Cuba to change, go back to Cuba and help fix it, sir.
Yes.
If there's a tyrannical government in Cuba, all Cubans must rise up, organize themselves to fix their country. Here's my biggest problem.
We do have 4 other callers on the line, so just wrap it up for me.
Yeah. That's fine. I'm just trying to be a little bit more sensible, right? We spend untold millions of dollars on providing food, shelter, accommodation, opportunities for ungrateful people that walk around the streets of the Cayman Islands. They are involved in criminal activity. They are involved in theft. I have seen them on multiple occasions at the Red Cross Center into where you drop off the goods, taking things from there that have been donated to the Red Cross. The reason why I'm so vexed about it, we have handicapped people, we have elders, we have Caymanians that need help. Yet we spent over $3 million on a set of people that really don't mean us any good.
And it's so funny that he questioned, oh, you only give me $100 and something for food and this and that. I'm just like,
give them zero, send their ass home.
I'm like, you're trying to say that our government is lying about how much money that, you know how embarrassing that is? That our government has to admit to spending over $3 million on you people, and you're still so incredibly ungrateful. All right, leave me there. We do have some other callers on the line.
We have senior citizens in this country, our own Caymanians that are born and bred, that don't get the same privilege of what these people are getting.
I know.
And they're protesting. Get Mr. Manderson on the phone, get the DG on the phone, because they're going to tell you the process doesn't work, or they need to go through the process. They can speed up the process and send every jack man home, because they wouldn't tolerate it from Caymanians, so you should not tolerate it from anybody, especially ungrateful Cubans in Cayman.
Thank you very much. We've got 0123 patiently waiting. Good morning, caller. Hold on one second. We got another person jumping in. I'll just ask for you guys to hold on until I call you. So 0123, you're up next. Morning.
Very, very, very salient question, Johan.
Yes.
And yes, he did talk sense. Honestly, I heard you mention earlier that you had over 500 viewers.
Yes.
Sandra, I don't think you should even entertain him by giving him an interview, because what he wants is a platform to be rude, and we need to lock that mic off.
Yeah. I mean,
your callers give their view.
Yeah.
But don't give him the time of day, because all he's going
I'm trying to understand what the issue is this time, because it's always something.
Disrespectful.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. He said that when a country welcomes you to come and we'll give you political asylum, and
but we're not welcoming them. That's the thing that they don't understand.
To come
exactly.
Here.
You're coming here. Yes.
Persona non grata.
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. We're not welcoming them here. They're coming in illegally.
Frankly, you haven't got your way in 10 years. What are you going to do about it? You're not going back to Cuba.
Yeah.
You really and truly can't go nowhere else. What are you going to do about it?
And we know that the vast majority of these people are not political refugees. They are, as somebody rightfully said before, economic refugees. And that's a whole different situation.
And they are a liability to me and my country. They are not an asset. They do not contribute. They are an expense. They are draining us of resources that we need to use and spend on our own people. And at the end of the day, okay, you want to get up and protest? Dude. And what? Okay. Oh, well, I'm going to do this or else. Or else what? I'm sick and tired of them from way back 10 to the days. They could see the revolution starting. Don't think it started today. Those seeds were dug and buried from then. And this is today what we have to deal with. We grew these trees ourselves. Unfortunately, doing the Cayman thing, doing the quote unquote right thing at the time, what we perceive, and this now is what we have to deal with. Tell them go protest in their own country, like many of your callers have said before. I am sick and tired of them. Please do not give him the mic again. Do not call him back, because that is what he wants. A platform to insult and disgrace all of us. No, thank you.
Thank you, caller. Thank you so much. Okay, up next, we have 2985. Good morning, caller. Hello, caller.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, morning.
Good morning, Sandra. Oh, you sound like you got your hands full this morning.
Boy, I tell you, what a heat.
Like all the other callers said, they're very ungrateful. And like Johan said, there's always been two laws made. One for Caymanians and one for the expats. As you can see, our judiciary has proven that over and over, that we got two different things. We got the immigration, we got the same policies, and we got NAU, the same thing. We got the lady that is there with her 4 children sleeping in a car because she has nowhere to go. Who steps in to help her? I mean, they said they're getting $160 a month, but that's per person. That's more than what the Caymanians
Well,
are getting.
I know. I mean, you're not getting it from government. We better get up and go work.
Sir. No, ma'am. Right now, I got my youngest son who is trying to be a doctor. I mean, has got his degree. Needs to go do residency, and we got our judiciary right now holding up on a contract for the Cayman Islands government to sign for him to go over. But there's nobody out there protesting that he should get help. So they're very, very, very grateful, and they have done so much for him for so long. This is thanks to the guests for being so nice to everybody.
Yes, very, very sad.
They all need to be putting their books and sent on their journals. In the beginning, I said all they should do is give water and make them go. Don't keep them here because they don't need no help.
Thank you so much, caller. Appreciate it. Next caller is at 1979. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandy. Good morning to the listening public.
Morning.
I held on long enough because despite Johan, Miss Darlene, and the young lady prior to this one who just hung up, it needs to be said. It needs to be said, and it needs to be heard. The minister needs to hear. The deputy governor needs to hear. Matter of fact, the governor needs to be involved. The governor needs to be involved. The governor had no problem invoking his Section 80 right to decide. There was a national emergency to decide on whether or not on the issue of marriage. Lest I digress. This is a national emergency. We are in a national emergency. What are we going to do? The double standards and the standards of justice for Caymanians versus anybody else who roll up here. Anybody else. They can roll up on a chariot. They can roll up on a horse and a carriage. Their right always trumps the right of a Caymanian. Like Johan said, there were some Caymanians who protested on the House steps of Parliament. The right to protest is a fundamental human right. And let me be clear, I am nowhere suggesting that they don't have a right to protest. But it must be fair, it must be done proper, and it must be carried out the same way in which, if I as a Caymanian, born, bred, raised, contributing to this flipping country, should have to apply. And if I were out there, I would have been marched off the steps, put in handcuffs. Yet, not even the security guard who stops people from coming in the government building with a cell phone. Because, my God, what am I going to do with that? Not even him got out and said, please leave. Please leave. The reason I didn't get up and go out there and tell him to please leave, I'm laying out with a broken knee. It is a shame and a travesty that Caymanians, because it's got to be us. We can't rely on this government. We can see that they're not doing nothing. Nothing. Divide 3 million by 25,000. That's what we give scholarship recipients. Divide 3 million by $1,200. That's what we give as poor relief to Caymanians. Divide 3 million by the number of Caymanians in this country. That's what we've done. That's what we've given away. Don't get me wrong. We are legally obligated. We accede to the Hague Convention. And I guess maybe some people may not understand. We are legally obligated by virtue of being a BOTC, right? So I am not suggesting that we trample the rights of these people. By no means suggesting that. But what I am saying is the playing field has to be level across the board. What's good for them is good for me. What's good for me is good for them. They would never in their wildest dreams, or they wouldn't get up. Hey, this crap in Cuba. They would never do that. And they are a shame. They should be shame, and they are a flipping disgrace to real, true refugees. They are Cuban refugees who have been in this country long before that pistol one that was talking to you were even born. If I were there, I would have boxed him. I would have boxed him from one side, that's to the next side, because that's exactly what he deserves. A Cuban refugee said the most ungrateful Cuban is the Cuban not in Cuba. Leave their backsides right there. And that's exactly what we should have been done. The U.S. has policy, wet foot, dry foot. You know what they do? They line their shoreline and say, not here. But what we do coming, we are so concerned about being embarrassed on the international front. So possibly, because remember now, when you make an allegation of infringing on someone's human rights, it is an allegation of found it to be otherwise. But we are so afraid of possibly on their human rights, they're willing to make a mockery and look like absolute donkeys and jackasses in the face of the entire world than to put our foot down and say, no, we're not here today, Bobo. It's not about mankind. Let me be clear. We have a legal obligation, but what we also have is an obligation to protect the rights of everyone. Everyone. Not people rolling out here, Johnny come lately. They are not political refugees. If they were political refugees, they would have come ashore and sit there quite tight and take what they're getting. Take what they're getting. Let me repeat myself. Take what they are getting. There are Caymanians out here suffering, struggling, can't make ends meet. And this loudest, no good, reckless, ungrateful animal, he's an animal, would get up on the steps of my government building, me and my children are paying the cost of this for this, and get up on the steps. And I'm going to say, and this is all they're getting. I've got 2 elderly grandparents, almost 90 years old. They don't get nothing from the government. They don't qualify. They don't even qualify. My grandfather's a 3-month-old member of Singers City. Mother of Cedar. He don't get nothing. But you're now the reckless, no good, ungrateful piece of crop of an ass is going to get up on the steps of my government building. He'd be glad. And all of them up there, be glad that I'm not in a position, because I can tell you I would go to jail, because this is one thing that we need to stand strong in. If we don't, where the hell are we going? Where's the minister? Where's the DG? Where is Mr. Scott? Where is this? This should be run.
All right, caller, we've been asked to give you a kaboom, and we do have another caller in the line as well. So let's give. Oh gosh, I think they're done.
The DG, and anyone else. I will do it myself. Believe me, somebody come pick me up, but I can keep my legs straight. I will be out there, because we need to take a stand. This crap has to stop. Anybody rolling up here, Johnny come lately, they're going to protest. If it were Lavelle, they would know what to do with her, because she's crazy. I'm not saying that she's not crazy. What I'm saying is, what goes for Lavelle must go for them.
Well, she's been given a lot of liberties too. But thank you, caller. We do have some other callers waiting to get on. Did I just lose that last one? 936-2626 is the telephone number. You can call on WhatsApp if you don't have any credit, honey child. Call on WhatsApp as well. Good morning, caller. Hello. Hi.
Morning again.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's the thing is that it all comes back down to incompetence. Like I always say, corruption, incompetence, and work permits, and the Cuban refugees. You know that one of them, or the majority of them who want to work, goes to work every morning. You know, I sit down and watch them.
Yes. Let's be.
Morning, this is happening right in front of the police station.
Oh yeah. They're being picked up in trucks and taken out to earn money under the table and work, breaking the laws of the Cayman Islands. Yes.
CBC is a joke.
Well,
CBC is a joke. That's what do this island. It's a joke, like what they're saying. And if the CBC is a joke, then that means the governor is a joke, the deputy governor is a joke, and the whole political system is a joke and is useless. You know what you had to put? You know what you got to put on that poll? Put on that poll. Should we get rid of these 19 politicians that we got inside there for their incompetence? That
should be a poll question.
That $3 million that is spent on them Cubans, that should be coming out of this, out of their personal salary, what they have to pay these politicians with. That's what that should be coming out with. Tell me something. If I come into you, if I come by your yard and I knock on your door and you say no, you're not welcome. What I got to do? I got to, right?
Yeah.
Or you could enforce me, right? But if you don't say nothing, I come in and I say, well, I could stay. Yeah, man, you could stay. If you want, you could stay.
Yeah,
what I gonna do? So this is the same thing that happened with these Cubans. When they come here, all they do is they ask them if they want to stay or if they want to continue the journey. They ask them, you know. It's not like no, and I can't stay. We got policy here in the Cayman Islands that I can't stay. We could give one a food or give one of them water, but then I got go. But they ask them. if I don't want to stay. So whoever want to stay, they say, yeah, we got to stay. So this man got rights now because it's backfiring on them. The process takes a long time. Yeah, but they should have. If they never had them to deal with, they wouldn't have to worry about nothing. Cayman wouldn't have to worry about nothing. So this is good. There should be a protest every day. So for the government and the people to wake up. This is what you need. Sometimes I don't believe in violence, but sometimes this is what the people need for the eyes to open up. You see, the eyes got opened up, and the government got opening up. The government themselves need a rude awakening. That's what they need, so that they could realize what time it is and what is really going on, because they're taking their position lightly. These politicians taking their position lightly. Don't think that they're taking their position serious. They may seem like they're taking it serious, but they're not taking it serious. They're taking it lightly. So this is the problem, with Cayman Islands. This is the problem, with Cayman Islands.
Thank you, my dear.
Hundreds of people need help, and they're helping these Cubans. And this has been going on for years and years. Years and years. This island is only for the rich and the foreigners. Only for the rich and the foreigners. Yeah, I hope.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, ma'am. Yep. Yes, sir. Sorry. 936 2626. Wow. What a mess. Ay. Okay. Someone's asking how many migrants do we have at this time? We're going to try to get some numbers here for you. Somebody else was suggesting that perhaps he wasn't quite understanding the questions. And I do understand that obviously there is a language barrier that does exist. People ask that last caller to please get a kaboom. So let me read some of your comments as well that are coming in, because I think the comments are certainly interesting. Good morning, caller.
Yeah, Miss Sandra, I would like to have a government question. How come the policeman could go move the weather so quick? Why they can't go move them right away now? Yeah. You see?
Yeah.
What politician you got, yeah?
It's a mess.
Yeah, it is a mess. We are Cayman is in a mess.
Thank you so much, caller.
All
right, love. I tell you. No, sir. So, Mix and Stir says Caymanians should march out there and let them know what time it is. Hunter says that if we send them back to Cuba, we will have blood on our hands. There needs to be another way. Send them to Rwanda, ? He goes on to say that they'll be shot dead if they're sent back to Cuba. Okay. You guys need to redirect your energy and address real issues instead of directing hate towards Cubans. He goes on, this is Hunter, goes on to say they wouldn't last a night if sent home. Needs to be another way. I'd be curious to hear from Hunter on this one. Good morning, caller.
Hi, good morning. You know, long me try to call the Cuban. Let me feel some sort of way this morning.
Your head feeling a sort of way?
Yes, and imagine you coming to somebody else's country and seek asylum, right? And this is the way how you behave.
Listen to me. Like I said, I lived in another man's country and I was even seeking asylum, and I didn't behave like this. I mean, respect is due.
I lived there for how much years now, and I've never seen no Caymanian do something like that. Never. And if it was Cayman out there, this morning, you'd wonder. If serial killer, what up one place with much people, we amount of police that are out there, I want to treat them some sort of way, and then when the police them go out there, them treat them like them a king and queen and princess. That's what them be with them. Caymanian have never done something like that yet. And then you have the art of come talk about government, the $100. You're lucky to get $100 from government.
I mean, listen, they get housing. They don't want for food. They get clothing. They get phone cards. They get access to be able to make phone calls back home. I mean, how much do they want? What are they getting? The question I wanted to ask him before he went is, what is he getting from the Cuban government when he's in Cuba?
That me want to know too. But you see, the thing is, it's only Cayman alone they can come and build it because if they did that, Jamaica, nobody would look
I
on
know.
them. Nobody would look on them. Ungrateful. The fact say, when I was working security, I remember I was working at where they used to keep them run by Fairbanks. And sometimes the way all them behave sometimes there, and Miss Sandy me tell us them get good treatment, them get around there. Very good treatment. Them evil get things where man pay money and not getting. And you still be so ungrateful. The government to partner up and put them power plane and send them back to their country. And that's the government to do. Pack them up, put them power plane and send them back where they're coming from because they couldn't do that at Cuba because probably all of them would have dead now. They couldn't do that. And you come and see them. I saw them this morning. They were out there like maybe about 5:30. I saw them because I was on the road very early this morning. I saw them, and when I saw them there, I was like, I was going over this today. But when I thought, no, it was much later, like about after 7. I see them there, see me, but me pass because I said, I didn't want to take a picture and send it, come give them a pass. I never get to take a picture or nothing. So then now when you start the show, I hear about them. I say, okay, so this is what they do. So embarrassing. Government building right there, so where everybody have to pass and see all these things.
I mean, you can imagine that right now we have overseas dignitaries visiting, and they had to make them come through the back door to avoid this mess at the government building.
That is so shameful, Miss Sandy. Because what I'm saying to myself, if you have a problem with your asylum that you're seeking, you don't have to come there to come protest and behave them sort of way there, and then you want to call and justify as if you want somebody to be on your side and you want somebody to say, oh, what you're doing is okay. What you are doing not okay. It's not okay because that is so embarrassing. Me a Jamaican and I feel embarrassed and me and a Cayman and I feel a way. Because we know that them couldn't run them rich than a Jamaica, but them a go. Sandy, and the stock say you get house, you get food, you get money to put credit on your phone, and plus on top of that, you still get $100 where you want to do, you still a complain, and you have Cayman and here, no, we're not getting on the government and them.
Yep.
The government needs to spend them more, man. That is so embarrassing, Miss Sandy.
Yes. Thank you so much, caller.
So imagine Cayman and how them feel this morning.
Very true.
Very much.
Thank you, caller. I appreciate it. All right, we have another caller in the line. Good morning, caller.
Good morning.
Morning, dear.
This is what I got to say.
All
of this been going on for years. How much money they spend is $3 million they spend just on these influx that start coming over the years, or that included when they had the big influx incident. They forget that. Okay, and this is why I say, like others say, they don't have to bring them in here. Because I had a Cuban friend, and they told me that the most ungrateful, he said he's a Cuban, but that went instead of a hand, that they were going on, demanding this and demanding that. And he was grateful, but that's because we used to visit different things and carry stuff from him. He said that Cuban is the most ungrateful people in the world. He didn't win the war and about it to know that he was one. But we've been saying Eric, Tom, Dick, Harry, and Bill Jones can come to Cayman and request stuff. And my daughter been saying this for years, that they turn backward and give them what they want. If you go to Rome, you got to do as the Romans do. And just the other day we were talking, and somebody was saying that Caymanians are nobody in their island. The foreigners that bought it take over, and the couple of Caymanians that might is on their own fault. And they're the biggest enemies. And they don't blame the people if they can come, but they needed to step down and put their foot down and hold it down. But it's too late now. Talking and do nothing, and pretty soon the couple that left, they got run them out. Because not only Cubans come and want demand stuff, there's another nation that come out there, want their own school, they want their own church, and they want their own football and whatever. And if they had pushed hard enough, they would get it. So that's all I got to say. Caymanians are their biggest enemy. And yes, it's disgraceful. Saturday, I give them a couple of loaves of bread and some water and thing and send them no way harder accepting them, and they need to have border control, okay, that when they come in, just send them back, don't even make them land, send them back, or once you land them, that's what you're gonna get.
Thank you, caller. All right. I see you guys having quite a few people addressing Hunter. I wonder if he can explain himself, because obviously he has put himself out there to say he's running for office in Georgetown West, I think, or somewhere in Georgetown. So I'd like to hear a little bit more from him on this. So I'm trying to call Hunter, see if we can get him, because I'm a little bit confused about what it is he's saying this morning. Honey chill. Okay, perhaps we'll try calling him direct. I don't know if he's out of Wi-Fi zone or what, but I am curious to understand what it is that he's saying.
Hello?
Hello, Hunter.
Hey.
The cold hard truth here. Not too bad.
You're calling me? I'm on my way to work.
Yeah.
Yes,
give us a few minutes, because we're seeing you commenting, so we're just trying to put it together to understand what it is that you're saying.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'll tell you what. I don't know about now, but when I was growing up in Cayman, this was a Christian country, right?
Okay.
And we were taught to love thy neighbor. That's just an example. I understand the guy's been a little bit disrespectful, and it's known that people can be a little bit ungrateful as well. But I just think instead of complaining and wishing the worst on somebody, we should really be looking for solutions, like real solutions for these people.
So what's the solutions? You're saying that if we send them back, they're going to be shot.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that a lot of them, even after they get asylum, the irony of it is that they go back on their own and they come back and forth all the time. So much so that our government has had to so much so that our government has had to change the laws in this country to now reflect that if you're given political asylum and you return to Cuba after being political asylum, it couldn't have been that you really had an issue in terms of really needing political asylum. So your political asylum will be stripped from you.
That might be a one-off case, Ms. Sanders, because I've heard numerous cases of people getting chased by dogs and
well, it's not a one-off if we had to change our legislation, because they move freely after they get political asylum.
Yeah, well, for one, right, before you want to send somebody back to a country, and you want to make sure that they're safe when they return, right? That would be great. If we knew that they would be safe when they return, then by any means, I mean, that's the best thing we could do. But I'm sure that Cayman is probably having some issues communicating with the Cuban government at this stage, right? They're a terrorist state at this point, so they're not negotiators.
Well, I mean, why are we negotiating for Cuban people?
Just their safety. At least they make it home safe and return to their family, not being arrested.
Okay, and that becomes our problem, because they left illegally. Most of them don't even carry documentation, no ID, no nothing.
The second that we allowed them into this country, they became our responsibility. So
well, we didn't allow them; they landed illegally. So
well, if they landed illegal, I thought you were saying that they're asked if they would like to come to the Cayman Islands or not.
Who's asking them to come to the Cayman Islands?
I thought that's what the CBC asked, if they would like to come in or if they would like to continue their journey. Something like that I overheard.
No. They're illegal landers. That's why we have certain processes in place.
Either way, if they land illegally and our decision is to deport them, I mean, I would just at least like to know that everyone's going to make it home safe, right? You don't just send somebody back to a communist country that's also a terrorist jurisdiction without knowing, what's going to happen to them. Because, I mean, I would feel pretty bad if I knew I was sending some people home to get murdered. I mean,
so I mean,
what we could do is we could be looking at what other
do you know of anyone who's returned from Cayman who's been murdered?
Returned from Cayman has been murdered? No,
yeah, because we send them home by the plane load all the time.
Okay, well, I'm not sure. Okay. I've heard stories.
I mean, and to be clear, you do have a Cuban wife, right? I mean, does she know of anyone who's returned from Cayman that has been murdered?
She has told me stories about people, especially at the protest in April, like 2 or 3 years
Well,
ago.
that's not people that we send back, though. They're protesting in their own country. I'm talking specifically about when we send people back. You know, you're saying that we need to be overly concerned for their well-being. I'm asking you, do you have any evidence of that? Have you ever heard of any of them getting hurt because they go back? In fact, some of them have made the journey more than once.
Not directly from Cayman, but you know, I've heard a lot of stories like that.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know that those stories are holding any water this morning, but you know.
Okay, well,
yeah.
I mean, you called me. I was just.
Well, I mean, you're
a bunch of people.
Yeah, but you're in the comment section. So I mean, you were saying stuff like, you know, we can't send them back. So I want to know, what you're someone who's running for political office. You've said that. So yes, I want to know what your solution is, because this is a big issue. We're spending over $3 million per annum on this.
That's what I'm saying. Instead of just complaining, like I hear, you know, people like Johan Maltzum doing, without coming up with
what's the solution? What's your solution?
That's what I'm saying. Let's formulate a solution. You were saying something.
No, but you don't have a solution. Your only solution is don't send them back. So you don't have another.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, well, tell me, what's the solution?
Well, you see, in the UK, I believe they're sending them to Rwanda. Am I correct?
And you expect, I mean, you do understand the proximity of the UK to Rwanda versus Cayman to Rwanda.
I know, but this is what I'm saying. This is what I've heard. What I've heard you say on the show is that they're doing something with the illegal immigrants and they're sending them to Rwanda or something.
Okay. I thought so where do you think that Cayman can send the Cubans to?
Well, that's a solution we'd have to formulate. We'd have to figure that one out.
And you think that most countries, you believe
safely, I think, you know, we should consider finding a better solution for them. Is there somewhere else that they can go? Somewhere else is accepting migrants.
But who's taking in illegals? This is what I need you to help me understand. Right? They don't have an open invitation to come to Cayman. The United States of America don't want them. You know, if you go through the correct processes to get to a country, that is one thing. When you don't go through the correct processes, nobody's opening up their arms saying, okay, illegal immigrants just come in. They travel with no documentation. Half the time, you have no clue who they are. They're child molesters, they're criminals, they're murderers.
Yeah,
you don't have any way of verifying their ID. And this is one of the reasons why it takes so long for us to send their behinds back to Cuba, is because the Cuban government don't even want them back. The Cuban government is like, we don't know who these people are. How we know they're even Cubans? Of course, really and truly, the Cuban government don't want another mouth to have to feed. But I'm just saying that, you know, that is
when you just from my personal opinion, it just hurts to see the way people are carrying on, because like I've been to Cuba last year, and I mean, you want to talk about things to be grateful for in Cayman, go to Cuba.
Well, we completely understand that, but you do know that there's a difference between
half the guys are afraid of going outside the channel, let alone traveling, you know, on the open sea in a riprap boat.
Yeah, listen, people can feel bad for their plight and understand that there's a difference between economic disparities and political asylum, which is what they're seeking. What they're actually leaving is a country that is very, very poor. Right now, there's headlines that they're actually running out of cash. They've got all sorts of problems. But how are we going to adopt, as a small island nation, and as someone, again, who wants to represent this country, these are the things that you need to be thinking about, that you need to have answers for. Yeah. Why on earth would we be adopting somebody else's problem?
Well, I'll tell you off the top of my head, based on what's already been established, I mean, this is happening. Hunter doesn't have any control over what's happening right now. But, you know, we're allowing these people to come here and seek political asylum. We're spending $3 million a year on them. I think, you know, the best thing we could do right now at this very moment is put them to work. We have roads that need to be cleaned. We have jobs that people don't want to do. Yes. So instead of taking out another work permit and paying top dollar for, you know, a foreign worker.
So someone comes in legally to your.
Put them to work.
So
put them to work.
Okay.
And we can get back some of the money, get some of the value for our dollar. And, you know, instead of giving the permit out as government does to another foreign worker end up with Cayman status, then we have a problem that will never go away.
So let me understand this. Someone comes to your country illegally. The solution is to legitimize them, give them some sort of special consideration, and allow them to work in your country.
No, Ms. Andrew, that's a trick question. That's a trick question because people are seeking political asylum now. They're not only just coming in illegally. They seek political asylum. We've given them a house, we've given them food, we've given them water, we've given them cash. So we're treating them different than any other illegal immigrant. If an illegal immigrant comes over from Jamaica, for example, what are we going to do? We're going to send them right back, right? Because they're not seeking political asylum. Their sole purpose is to break the law and to enter Cayman illegally. These people are entering Cayman illegally, but
no
for a
different.
purpose, for a political purpose.
No.
It is different, Ms. Andrew. That's why the law is
it's no different. No, it's different because Cuba is a communist country. So we have signed on because of their relationship to every place in the world.
It's a different country than any other country in the Caribbean. Isn't that clear as day?
But
don't we hate communism here?
But Hunter, they are not. They can apply for political asylum, and that's a process that they have to go through. But to say that every single Cuban that comes off the shore of Cuba is a political asylum person, or I don't know what asylumee or whatever, is completely incorrect.
Whoever goes through the process correctly and follows the process,
but they still landed here illegally.
Asylum. Yes, they are. They're landing here illegally. What do we do to stop them?
Well, one thing you shouldn't do
don't allow them
is give them jobs, because the second they hear, oh wow, even if you go to the Cayman Islands illegally, you're going to be employed. What on earth would ever stop them from coming? Then we'd see them coming by the droves.
The thing is, right, Miss Sandra, is that if they're coming here illegally, we should stop them and we shouldn't bring them in.
We're not bringing them in, right? But we do have a humanitarian obligation. You yourself just said they're coming on riffraff vessels and whatever. If we turn them away and they lose their lives, we have an obligation in terms of that. So we have to process them. But the processing of Cuban migrants, I should say, who've landed here illegally isn't to give them a job. Could it just be, let me ask you a question, Hunter. Could it be that you can't see clearly on this issue because your wife is a Cuban national and maybe your affections toward her have clouded your judgment? Hunter? Hello? Hello? Hunter? Can you hear me?
Please cut the call.
I think he might have hung up. He's gone. Hello, Hunter? I couldn't. Hello? Anyway, hi, caller. My apologies. Good morning.
Good morning, Sandy.
What a hot mess. How are you?
I'm great. Great topic this morning. But I just need to say that we do not and will not need in Parliament in Cayman. We have enough of these ignoramus income poops right now that we need to get rid of. They have no solution for the country's problems. Yes, we are a small country, but we have big country problems. And one of those major problems are illegal immigration, which is perplexing the US right now. And why do you think that they are having so much of the demonstrations in the US? It's not just because of the US Senate approving money to send to Israel and Ukraine, but it's also about the illegal immigrants. Under Joe Biden, there has been over 8 or 9 million illegal immigrants coming into the United States, and they are committing crimes, murders, and all the rest of it. I want to take you all back to in the 80s. We had what was called Tent City here in Cayman, where there was over 2,000.
I wasn't here, but I've heard about it.
Yeah, there was over 2,000. Right? There were over 2,000 Cubans at Tent City. And every day there were demonstrations in this country up there. So we have to be continuously calling up there or going up there because of these people demonstrating. The food that they were given to eat they didn't want to eat that. Yet, in Cuba, they wasn't even getting 2 meals a day. Also, the problem that we have right now, this is another hurricane season. And all intents and purposes, we have been told that this is going to be a more intense season with greater propensities of hurricanes. Now, we now have some Cubans that are in some of these hurricane shelters. So when we have an approaching hurricane, where are those Caymanian people or other people that live in those districts are going to go because they are housed by illegal immigrants?
Yeah.
Past administrations and the present administration, I can't say it on radio, but I will just try to say it, you know, simply. They are ignoramus, nincompoops. That's another nice way of saying idiots.
Thank you, caller.
And if it continues, we are going to have demonstrations in Cayman, and I am ready for it. But people like Hunter, as a matter of fact, I am surprised that you even entertained his conversation as long as you did, because there's nothing.
Well, I was trying to get some clarity, but it was difficult.
But obviously, he does not have the mental capacity to give you clarity, because you asked him the question like about 4 times. What is his solution? He has not given you a solution because he doesn't have any. People like those, they can't think rationally. You know, I rest my case.
Thank you so much, caller. All right. We have another caller on the line. Let me just see who came in first. We have 9718. You're up next. Thank you so much.
Hi, Sandy.
Hi there. How are you?
I think Hunter got this thing twisted.
Okay.
We are not infringing on anybody's right.
Yes.
These people has been here a long time, and you didn't hear anybody demonstrating or saying that you need to send them home. It is the height of disrespect that we are dealing with now. Caymanians has been kind to these people over the years. You seeking political asylum, wait your term. Why are you so eager? Where will you be going? And he got it wrong. He got it so wrong. And this is what happened with a lot of these wannabe politicians. Be politically correct and come with no solution and going around it in circle with a million words that doesn't mean crap. We are not infringing these people's rights. We are not saying don't treat them good.
Yes.
We are just saying that it is disrespectful for you to go to one of our highest building in this country and disgrace us after we have allowed you to come in our home. That's all we are saying.
Thank you, caller. What a hot mess. Give me 1 second here. I'm just merging some more calls, honey jail. All right, let me see here now. Good morning, caller. Oh gosh, let me see. Who's up next? Hello, caller.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, how are you doing? I didn't know if I was up next or not.
Sorry. I'm trying to. It's kind of tricky.
I could see.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. It's kind of tricky sometimes trying to merge calls because I can't merge callers if they're calling from different platforms. I can't merge a WhatsApp call with a straight line call. But anyway, go ahead, caller. Your comments is
okay. So first of all, you've been in legal system before. So when the gentleman called in about he heard this and you heard that, you know well that in court, heresy is not factual.
Yeah, I
Let's
mean,
just get
I don't
that
know.
clear off the bat.
I don't know what
now,
source.
Number one, everyone knows my voice by now, but everyone knows when the Cubans go to, I've never heard of any Cuban going back to Cuba and being on life or being taken out.
And in fact, they come and go all the time.
They pay a fine. They pay a fine or whatever the case may be, and they're let out.
Yeah.
Okay. I've never ever heard, because under human rights, And number two, where he was saying about they're considered a terrorist state. The reason why they are now considered a terrorist state by the U.S. is because Russia or Russia built a base, or they opened a base right next to Cuba on Cuba. So that's the reason why United States did that. And if he's going back and forth to the U.S., just let him know that when he goes to get his visa or ESTA, just be careful on that. Because a lot of people have been having their ESTA denied because they've been going to Cuba.
Absolutely.
And I've known as a fact that people have been to Cuba who've gotten refugees and whatever and on this island and been back to Cuba. So that's a lie.
All the time.
And then Cuba, they used to stop here and they say they will get food and water and go to Honduras, and then Honduras stopped them.
Yeah.
So
I mean, even the Jamaican government, because remember the issue we had a couple of years ago with them, the Jamaican government saying, no, you can't use our country as a transit point. And they stopped them as well.
And they stopped them as well.
We need to have a very clear policy on how to deal.
And the thing is, we're 90 miles. I mean, the Keys, you lived in Florida, is 90 miles away from Cuba, right? It's easier for them to go to the Keys than to go 200 and something miles out of their way to come to the opposite direction. From what I've been told is that a lot of the Cubans that's here or that lives here that got refugees and everything are telling them back in Cuba, come to Cayman because it's easier and you got a better life and you get whatever you want.
All right, caller. Thank you so much.
And that's a fact. So the whole thing of it is that if he wants to talk about giving them work permits, giving them work. I don't understand this. You can't find work for Caymanians, but you're going to find work. Tell me how that makes sense.
And like somebody said, the people that we have here on work permits, they actually go through a process, police clearance and all these other things.
So you're telling me now that you're going to put more Caymanians on NAU and not help the Caymanians that are here. And with all due respect, because I have a lot of Cuban friends, and I respect a lot of Cubans. And if your own Cuban are telling you, the ones that live in here are embarrassed of the ones that's coming in here, what is that telling you?
Thank you, caller.
Understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
All right.
All right, folks. What a hot mess. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Hey, good morning, Sandra. How you doing?
Not bad. How you doing?
I'm good. Calling from the Brock.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was listening to that young man there that is just caught up in his own glory of being. He shouldn't even come on the radio and say that he's being a part of running for politics for Grand Cayman, Georgetown, or wherever the area is. I think he just hung himself by the act of discriminating against his own Caymanians to protect who he married to, the nationality. And we have been going through this problem for years and years and years and years. It costs our government tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars, not only to house these people, to feed them, but to also expatriate them back on a flight to Cuba.
That's right.
And it's been costing the government too much. Our representatives need to get their head screwed on their body to get this kind of thing sorted out in order for this to stop. Now, they have a problem when they're coming here. They give them the option to continue. What they do, they take off the ladies and the children, which is respectable, and they'll send the men on if the men wants to leave, but most men doesn't want to leave their families behind. We should not allow, the government in the Cayman Islands should not have allowed those type of rulings to be laid down. Once they're there, they're on their own. They came on their own. They continue on their own. And for him to stand up and call Maxim out and different ones, he is too bold-faced to know that he feel like he is so high and mighty because he's going to run for election that he can call people names because of what he disagree with. And he don't even make sense with what he's speaking because he can't disagree with the questions you asking him because he's married to a Cuban. one thing I want to ask Sandra this morning to the entire Cayman Islands that listened to my voice this morning, and most people know who I am. I'm James Christian from the Brock. I'm not sure you can say that. One of the things that I keep reminding people of, think of Miami, Florida. When the Cubans started to migrate into Miami, Florida, they thought it wasn't going to be a problem. Today, if you find a Floridian born and bred in Miami, Florida, or parts of Florida, you do good to find those people there. They have been overrun by Cubans. In a country that they go into, they're coming out seeking asylum because they're coming out of a poverty-stricken country, a dictatorship leader, and they're going to come into a country where they feel free, where they feel like they can put their roots down. These are the things they're looking for, and they goes to no other island but the Cayman Islands because they have been notified that if they come here, they have a chance to stay here. Before, they used to try to go on to Mexico and Honduras. They come to find out now that they're having difficulties getting into Honduras and Mexico. So they find the Cayman Islands as a target, and they're going to continue that because it's an invite out there, and the government needs to do something. And that, to me, Sandra, it starts with the government.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you very much.
Okay, appreciate it. All right, we do have a What's Up call next. So, caller, good morning and welcome to the program. All right. Yes.
Hello?
Morning. 1 second landline call. We just had a What's Up call. Go ahead, caller.
Hello, good morning. Am I on?
Yes, the one that called 936. Your number ends in 5501. Just hold on 1 second for me. We've got another caller who was ahead. Go ahead, caller.
Hello?
Hi.
Am I on?
Hi. Yeah, you're calling.
Yeah,
you're calling via WhatsApp. Go ahead.
Yes,
I'm the one on WhatsApp.
Oh, who's on WhatsApp?
I'm not sure.
We're
the
both
person
on
in front
WhatsApp.
can speak first, no problem.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Not sure if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. First, let me make a statement.
Yes, sir.
Now, a lot of Cubans went to Miami, and you can see what happened to Miami. They've gone there, and actually they wanted to make Miami Florida. They wanted to make Florida national language Spanish. So that should tell you the kind of mindset they have. Now, you want solutions? Let me give two solutions regards to the Cayman Islands. One, we need to strengthen the qualifications for asylum, political asylum. You got to be able to prove that you require political asylum, and you need to have an ID to be able to identify you before you can even be considered for asylum. That's one of the main things that I forgot my third point, but I think that's one of the major things we got to deal with. If you can't prove who you are and prove that you are under political threat, you should not qualify for asylum, period.
Yes. Yeah. Because the truth of the matter is they are abusing the political asylum requirements. 99% of them have no fear of political asylum. And that is precisely why after they get it, they return to Cuba with no problems. That's why I had to challenge Hunter. I'm like, who is telling you? Where are you getting this information from? Or I'm hearing stories. Well, those stories don't even sound like they fit for the Mall Road, because at least I heard Mall Road story is 97% accurate. So you hearing these stories from who? Where is this information coming from? That's why I was pressing him for an answer, because I'm telling you, the facts do not support that. The facts support that they come here, they get political asylum, and next thing you know, they run in between Cayman, Miami, and Cuba, loaded down, taking goods back into Cuba for their family members. So if you were so fearful of political asylum, explain to me how you can re-enter Cuba as many times as you want, loading down the Cayman Airways flight on a Sunday. That's when they make the most money off the Cuban people. And you not got a problem doing that? If you were if you had any humanitarian or political concerns, you'd never be able to step foot in Cuba again. The Cuban government would have grabbed you a long time. So, you know, as they say, the proof is in the pudding. And the pudding shows that these people can go back and forth as much as they want to, despite claiming that they are political refugees. They're not political refugees. They're economic refugees, and there is a huge difference. And the political asylum law does not apply to people seeking economic, relief. That's not what that is about. Caller.
Hello, good morning, Sandra. How are you doing?
Not bad, honey. How are you?
Good. Sandra, to your point just now, to the previous caller's point prior to that, I think that this part of the regime which dictates the system itself, okay? The asylum from political prosecution is one heading. Economic asylum is another. 99.99% of those who leave Cuba on a little boat that's not where they're being in a pond are not coming from persecution. However, once they are landed on Grand Cayman, Cayman Brac, or Little Cayman, we have to look at the simple reality. They're not going to get any permission to be here as an economic refugee. So they are going to come up with every last lie as possible in order to try to fit into the political asylum box. So basically, the system is asking for dishonesty. Now, that, in my opinion, Sandra, is part and parcel of the problem. Do you see the point that I'm making in that part, first of all? Right? Yeah. So, I mean, basically, it's a system which is dictating dishonesty from the outset of that interaction between Cayman Islands governmental authorities and the Cuban refugee themselves. Right? I don't agree with a lot of what Mr. Moxham's perspective is. However, I do agree with him 100% that the process itself, and this is the fault of the Cayman Islands governmental authorities, needs to be streamlined. And it's definitive that the amount of Cayman Islands taxpayer resources that are utilized for housing and this extended period, and we now have the Cubans themselves complaining about it on the government steps, as it pertains to the timeline involved, that does need to be streamlined and made more efficient, and that decision needs to be made.
Yes. I mean, I agree that there should be a swiftness to their processing. So I completely agree with that. If there are exorbitant delays, which he was saying something about 10 years, nobody has been here waiting for political asylum for 10 years. Maybe they didn't get it and they keep appealing and whatever. I mean, I don't know who's been here for 10 years, but we can certainly ask the government officials. So I don't think that is happening. But I think that within a very short period of time, their application should be processed. But it is mostly their own fault why we cannot process their applications, because they don't come here with no identification. So how on earth are we supposed to know who they are?
And of course, there's reasons for that, which we all know.
Right. You're trying to hide who you are.
Okay.
Get your passport together.
Well, I honestly do not have the information within myself to tell you whether I know as much of that part of the equation to say whether do all Cubans have passports. I don't know.
Well, listen to me. Even if you do not have a passport, right? Because I suppose that costs money in Cuba. You should have some form of government ID. Yeah. Something to show who you are that can be verified. But when you travel with not an ounce of paper on you, right? In my opinion, you are purposely trying to defraud the people that you might land, the country you might land in. So you can tell them you anybody.
Which goes back to what I just said, Sandra. The system itself is asking basically for dishonesty from the Cuban refugee because they damn well know that they're going to be applying for as an economic refugee.
Exactly.
It's a straight, hardcore no.
Yeah.
So the system is asking for a bunch of lies as it pertains to the aspect of political prosecution, which they may or may not suffer once they are landed back. And 100%, there are a lot of folks who have come from Cuba to the Cayman Islands as refugees. They get sent back, and then a little while later, they're back here in Cayman again. Right? And that's just the way it is. I think that one part of this equation is that the United States, the president and his administration have, without a doubt, made it more attractive for people from South, Central, and the Caribbean who are in bad economic straits or who are suffering through the serious criminal issues that South and Central America has. They basically opened the doors. Okay. Now, when you have the people from Cuba who know about this, who 9 times out of the 10, Cayman is just a transit point for them. And 9 times out of 10, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody out there, but they're usually passing by Cayman unless they get in trouble.
That's if they can get into the U.S. But remember now the U.S. policy has changed, huh? So why would you be coming here and seeking political asylum if you actually don't want to stay here? I'm just saying. I mean, the United States of America is the holy grail, but Cayman not far beneath that. So,
I don't disagree with that. There's a lot of Cubans who are permanent refugees and have made their life here. Yeah. That's without a doubt. Now, I don't disagree with that. The point I'm trying to make is that because of the opening of the doors, the virtual opening of the doors of the United States of America's southern border has added to this problem. I don't know who would, if you look at it objectively, I don't know who could disagree with that point. That's part of the factor. As it pertains to the issue that Cayman has, Cayman alone as a country, what parameter, what constructs do we have in order to reevaluate our relationship with the Cuban government?
Yes. I mean, the truth of the matter is our hands are a little bit tied.
There's been an excuse going back. It takes time for us to negotiate with them to get the folks back to their homeland.
And because we're not an independent country, we do actually have some restrictions on what we can and can't do. So I always note that Jamaica is, they send them back real fast. I mean, trust me, they land today, whether they're Cubans or Haitians, whatever, they land today. By next week, or even sometimes not even a whole week goes by, Jamaica puts them on a plane and sends them behind right back home. Jamaica is an independent country. So we are following under the UK, we have to follow this so-called Geneva Convention or whatever this foolishness is.
Roadblock to a system which works for everybody in Cayman, how much of this roadblock? Hello?
Yes.
How much of this roadblock is directly at the hands of the British colonial government? And that issue itself needs to be identified, recognized.
Yep. So they do get treated differently. And this is where Hunter needs to do a little bit of research. They do get treated differently because of the fact that Cuba is a communist country. And, we therefore treat the government and all of their people a little bit differently. So from that perspective, we can't compare them. It's not an apples for apples comparison when we're comparing them to other nationals. But we need to have a very, very clear policy. And let me be very clear. I'm cognizant of the time now. We're going to lose our radio listeners. We'll continue for a little bit of overtime on social media. But let me be very, very clear. We don't need anybody who's running for political office who is not crystal clear on where they stand on fundamental issues like this. This comes to the crux now of who we are as Caymanians. Yes, we're a Christian nation. He led with that. I thought that we used to be a Christian nation. We're supposed to be a Christian nation. Listen, you probably couldn't get more Christian than Cayman. We got more churches and bars than anything else. You figure out which one has the most. I know. We're not getting into that, but we say that we're a Christian. We say that we're a Christian nation. From the leadership, from the top leadership, the premier, all the way down, all of them professing to be so-called Christians, right? We're not seeking to deny anyone of their human rights or to abuse people or whatever. And you cannot point to me a single example of where we have purposely abused any of these Cuban migrants that have landed on our shores. In fact, let me be clear. In fact, we rent them homes. Then they turn around and destroy. I have heard from the rental agencies. Government comes and they rent homes paying $4,000 a month. We can't get that as a Caymanian.
Come from the Cayman
housing them, that's right. Housing them. And you know what they do when they're ready to leave and they want to see if they can get to Honduras illegally or Mexico or whatever to try to move on? They even defecate in these people's homes. They leave trash all over the place. They have zero respect for the people of this country. Radio listeners, we're going to continue on social media, but you guys have a good day. So let me be very, very clear here. When you see people doing stuff like that, you don't have no respect for yourself when you can live with trash and defecate in a house, right? And you definitely don't have any respect for the people of this country who have housed you and put you in facilities. You think that they could get a facility like that anywhere in Cuba? These are people's homes that people work hard for. They have to gut the whole place once these people move out. And that's why government having to house them now at these other facilities, because you find that the private homeowners don't want to rent to government anymore once they hear, oh, it's for the Cuban nationalities, Cuban refugees. They're like, oh, hell no, I'm not renting to them. Because their reputation precedes them.
Solution, one of which
and let me also say this.
Is to streamline this process, because it cannot be allowed one way or the other to continue on into perpetuity.
And let me also say this, right? I'm aware that he is married to a Cuban woman. And I think, unfortunately, his perspective on Cuba has been tainted because his wife is a Cuban national. As someone who is married to a foreign national, there is nobody that's going to come before my own people. That's why I always say to our people, even be careful who you marry. Because you can fall in love, marry anybody in the world that you want, but don't allow people to come to this country that we have worked so hard for to get it to be a little smidgen better than most places in the world, right? Don't allow people to come here and disrespect your people, your country, your flag, your way of being, your culture, none of that. So we have to be prepared to stand up as Caymanians for our own country. Right is right and wrong is wrong. And I don't give a cahoots who you sleeping with at night. If you sitting down next to a Cuban national, your loyalties can't be to that person more than it is to your own country. And if that person is a decent person, let me be very, very clear. If that person is a decent person, they would never even ask you to do it. They would understand that it's country first, the Caymanian people first and foremost before anybody else. It's as simple as that.
What part of Cayman do you see as country first? We don't have that.
Well,
we're even told by so many people that we're not a country. We are told by so many people here in Cayman X, Y, and Z, which is basically an insult to Caymanian and being a Caymanian.
Yeah.
This is all across the board. This is nothing.
Nobody not coming and disrespecting my country. And I've had it. Listen to me, caller. I've had it happen before, you know. I was married to an American, and his sister came in my country, sat down at my dining room table in Newlands, and started to repeat some foolishness she had heard about Caymanians living in the bush and how we don't have any. And I stopped her dead in her tracks. I said, honey, let me tell you something. Stop the nonsense. I said, listen, we off air now. So I tell you exactly how I tell her. I said, don't bring no fuckwitch to my house. This is the Cayman Islands, one of the most beautiful places in the world. We don't live in bushes. So your bird watching friend in Northside, who you gonna go meet up with this afternoon, was telling you bullshit. I said, most of you Americans have never seen a proper concrete home till you came here to Cayman. That's when hurricane went through Miami back in the, when was that, 90s, it tore down everything in its path.
Hurricane Andrew.
Yes, because y'all got wood homes. They might look good on the inside, but they're a piece of crap. I said, why are y'all even here? Why do you come here? For economic prosperity, for good jobs. You come here with no education, no qualifications, and you can get paid top dollar. You can't do that in America. In America, you got PhD, you got this, and she would know because she was a PhD student herself. This is my sister-in-law talking about now. I say you come with all these qualifications, right? In your own country, you're playing in a band. You come to Cayman, our people are so stupid, we're going to put you on a pedestal and give you a job working heading up government. We got to do better. Listen, look, I'm all for our people once our people are doing the right thing, you know.
Okay, man, willing to make the changes that are necessary. Well, the paradigm changes that are necessary for Cayman to control its own destiny.
Without a doubt, we have got to do better. We have got to do better. And there's nobody that is going to come here and disrespect my country. I don't care, like I said, if I'm married to them or not. If they got a problem, listen, that's what divorce court is for, huh? I hope you know. I'm just telling you.
tangent now, because I'm seriously looking at this particular issue here, and I'd just like to reiterate before we say goodbye for the day.
Yeah, and we got some more callers. And by the way, I'm going to go into a little bit over time, but go ahead.
Allows for a fast tracking and a timely operation that can allow for this situation to be figured out one way or the other, because that is a huge part of the problem. And even the Cuban guy and people out there on the steps of the government administration building are saying the same thing. Two dissatisfied groups of people are pointing to the same problem. All right.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still on air. Still on air. No, but I'm still literally on air, so everybody else can hear you too. So, yeah. All right. I'll call you after. Okay. Good. All right, caller. Good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to be as quick as I can.
Yes.
My name is Omar. I'm from the Cayman Islands, obviously born and raised. I lived in the UK now for about eight years.
Okay.
And a lot of the issues that we're facing in the Cayman Islands is exactly the same thing that we're seeing in the UK.
Yes.
When it comes to the illegal immigration that's coming out here.
Mm-hmm.
So the first people that migrated here in the UK came in the 1980s, and they were Jamaicans.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the people had issues because of the cultural differences that they brought, right, at the time. They made it a race thing, but it's not a race thing. It's about the culture. And if Caymanians love their culture, like I do, and as much as they say they do, right, we need to protect it at all costs. London is unrecognizable, okay? It is an unrecognizable part of England. I don't even go down south, right? I live in the north. It's a lot better up here. Even though we have our issues, it's a lot better up here. So Caymanians need to realize that this is a global issue, obviously, but it's more, if you really want to protect your country and your country's culture, you have to, at some point in time, draw a line and say, you know what, no more of this. I do think that you become a really good political leader because you are tapping into what people actually want to hear and actually want to talk about. So if you do run for office, I would come home and just vote for you just for that purpose alone, to be honest.
Let me make it very clear. I have no intentions of doing that, because the role that I'm playing here, offering this platform and moderating conversations and having these tough sometimes conversations as a community is something that we desperately need. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry wants to run for political office. We got more than enough of them jokers running. What we need is somebody to try and hold them all accountable.
Yeah, I do agree to that. And one of the things that I've noticed as well is that we're shipping away a lot of our best minds to all of these different countries. Even myself, I wouldn't say that I'm really intelligent or whatever, but a lot of the Caymanians are not coming back home. And if they do come back home, they're being indoctrinated by the education systems in foreign countries. Hence why you had those issues with your sisters or whatever, people that are within your family.
Yeah,
they're having these soft moral arguments that have no backing in reality and to the actual situations that's going on, and they're being indoctrinated into these these educations that they're receiving from these other places in the world, not realizing that it has nothing to do with the Cayman Islands or what our political system and our people need.
Yes.
I did say in the comment section that they were calling Donald Trump a racist for putting America first, but I say Cayman first, Caymanians first. Even though my parents are actually Jamaicans. My great grandmother came to the Cayman Islands in the 1980s, right? She received her papers. My mother came over. I was born and bred in the Cayman Islands. And I like to say that there's no people in the world more prejudiced than Caymanians, right? In a good way. We are prejudiced to the point where we want to protect our culture and our people, and I respect that. And anywhere that I go, even here in the UK, I respect the English culture and I respect the British people. I don't come here and try to change their culture and change their people and call them all sorts of things just because they don't want illegals or foreigners coming here and changing their culture.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, there has to be a balance. This is my thing. Is there always has to be a balance, because you're always going to have cultural influences and some degree of migration. And listen, there probably is very few Caymanians that can go back 3, 4, 5 generations and they only have a Caymanian bloodline. right? My grandfather on my mother's side was a Jamaican. So if you go back far enough, and when I say far enough, I mean it really not that far, you will see that a lot of Caymanians are mixed. We have all sorts of people that came by way of Jamaica, even the Wattlers who are in Gun Bay, East End, the original 2 Wattlers that came to Cayman. I know a lot of people don't want to admit this because they talk about, they got white Wattlers and black Wattlers. All y'all the same damn people. The original Wattlers that came from Cayman came by way of Jamaica. It was actually 2 brothers. They came from the UK and they were in Jamaica, and then eventually they came from Jamaica. Yes, this was back in the 1600s, whatever, but everybody came from somewhere in Cayman. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, this is why I don't subscribe to this rhetoric of anti-anybody. And just because I am pro-Caymanian does not mean that I'm anti-anybody else. I'm just saying that this country is only so big. We have to understand that we have limited resources, right? Both physically, monetarily, everything. And so we need to be careful. We need to have a plan of how we even grow and integrate this country. It shouldn't be a free-for-all where every Tom, Dick, and Harry can come here legally, illegally, breaking work permit laws. They do whatever to be able to come here and benefit when Caymanians themselves are struggling and having a hard time. And that our people are having to migrate overseas.
I agree, because I can't even come back home and buy myself a plot of land or buy a home because it's way too expensive.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I've noticed as well, someone was talking about America and Florida and the Cubans that went there. I remember going to America just on a transit flight a few years ago, and I went to the airport and I was trying to ask questions for directions, and all I heard was "No hablo inglés," and I was so pissed off that I'm in America and no one that works in the airport could speak English. That was the most frustrating thing to me.
Where was this?
How can you go to a country? This was I think it was in 2019 when I came back home.
And
I was
came
on a
out?
transit flight. No, this was in America, in Florida.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Yeah. No
like
hablo inglés is what I heard from people working in the airport.
Yeah.
That's insane to me.
Well, yeah, you can't listen.
And the fact of the matter is,
you better learn Spanish if you're going to live in Miami these days. That's the fact.
Yeah. The thing is, right, these people come over to the Cayman Islands and they're getting this stuff for free. There is pride in ownership. These people do not own anything. That's why they can defecate in these people's properties.
Right.
And there's an incentive for these property owners to rent these properties out to the government because it's an assured income. So there's a loop, a destructive loop that is being created by our government to fund these people who are willing to home these illegals, right? And that they're receiving an assured income from the Caymanian pot of money. I wouldn't even call them taxpayers because we don't have taxes. So I don't know where this money's coming from. They're paying these
no direct taxes, but we pay taxes. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
But listen, so caller, can I encourage you? I think this might be your first time calling to the program, but can I encourage you to please not let it be your last time? A lot of people are saying, "Who is this caller?" Magdalene says, "Great points, young man. Keep calling in." So this is your country. Listen, although you're overseas, you're taking ownership. You're 100% Caymanian. This is your country, and we need Caymanians from all walks of life, whether you're in Cayman or overseas, to be part of the solution. Because trust me when I tell you, we are at a very, very critical junction right now in our development and the way that we move forward. And this is why I'm calling people going into the next election to really try to be careful about who they're selecting for elected office. People got to step up their game. A lot of those who are in there now, they have been found wanting and they just need to go. But we don't need to replace one joker with another joker. We need to start elevating the criteria for people who are running for political office and really seeing what they are bringing to the table. Enough of the games, enough of the cheap tricks, the cheap giveaways, the turkey and ham and whatever. As Caymanians, we are done with that bullshit. We need people of substance. And this is,
I'll say one last thing and I'll go to my people. Stop relying on the government to solve your problems. They are only in it for themselves. Their incentive is to grow and to fill their pockets with money. Stop relying on them.
We have to be part of the solution.
And do things for yourself. Yeah, we have to be part of it ourselves. But thank you very much. I will be calling again. Thank you.
All right. Thanks very much. Appreciate it. All right, folks. I saw a few other people call, and we are going to go into a little bit of overtime because there are lots of comments coming in, and I like to, as much as possible, address this. And I do want to share, I couldn't really share it on air, because there was some profanity in it, and I don't have time to be editing all that out. But I do want to share that the young ladies who were in the video, the Caymanian ladies who were in the video stealing, did contact me yesterday, and I want you guys to listen to their conversation because, honey child, they're a hot mess and then some. It's a very, very lengthy conversation, so we might not be able to listen to the whole thing. But needless to say, their sole priority and objective was trying to get the video removed. And y'all should know by now that that ain't happening, huh? Mm-hmm. Yes, honey child, that can happen. So, yeah, y'all need to do better. Okay, so let's read a few more comments, and then I am going to hold on one second here. I'm gonna just put this stuff together. Give me 1 second. All right, so like I said, we've got lots of people from all walks of life listening to the show this morning. So let me just queue up another comment that came in on WhatsApp. And if you were trying to call, my apologies. You are certainly welcome to call back. All right, 1 second for me, folks. Good morning, caller.
Hi, good morning. Forgive me for calling back several times. It took a long time to get to a solution. But I never did hear a solution from him. Did you hear one? He took a while, and that's what I said. Didn't even get to a solution.
Oh, okay.
But I thought quick and on the spot. I think I recall him saying, correct me if I'm wrong, that he had 5 successful businesses.
No, he said he had, I think, 5 or 6 that failed. And in the past year now, he's had 2 that haven't failed yet. So he said those 2 are successful. One is his coffee shop, and one is a removal business. Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Since he is so impassioned and feels so strongly about these poor Cubans being treated so poorly, mind you, this is probably the best they ever had life. Mm-hmm. But let's digress. He could employ each one of them to supplement their 1/5 their month to alleviate some of the financial burden and all other burden, like the embarrassment that they're causing today, knowing that we have overseas dignitaries and officials visiting this country. Mm-hmm. He should be ashamed of himself too, and to utter such words that he's running for political office. Well, my grandfather always said, a fool is known by the multitudes of his words. He should be ashamed. He is being led by his third leg instead of his head. He's a fool, an absolute fool to get up and talk that kind of garbage, and clearly has done no research, clearly has no idea what he's talking about, and clearly speaking from a perspective that he is not even qualified to speak from. They are treated differently. They are given more than Caymanians in the least. I don't know many Caymanians getting $150 a month from government in terms of food. And if they are getting it, well, they're going to take that and sit down. You don't think they want more? Mm-hmm, but again, let me remind the public, and I don't know what remit Mr. Scott has in terms of his ability to fix this situation or in the least address it. But I want to remind the public that
when we're talking about Mr. Scott, we're talking about Mr. Jeremy Scott?
Yeah, Mr. Jeremy Scott. Oh. He took his own authority to go and revise an application for a permanent residency application. Mm-hmm. And he decided in his own capacity, not by way of appeal. I don't know under what authority in the law he used. He used his own discretion. Well, I am calling on him, the minister, the deputy governor, and the governor to use their discretion.
Now, let me remind you of who the Minister of Border Control is.
The Honorable John.
Yes.
I'm well aware.
Okay.
I'm well aware.
Right. And you know, he owns companies where he don't hire Caymanians himself. I'm just saying. He relies heavily on foreign nationals and minimum wage workers.
But he has an obligation to the people of this Cayman Islands.
He's supposed to have an obligation to us, but ask yourselves ask yourself, what has he done for this country lately?
But John is but one person.
No, I understand that, but he's not even, this is where we have to understand what our MPs are capable of doing and what they're not capable of doing. The one thing they're capable of doing is flapping their lips and talking outside of just election high season. Why is it that we have never heard from this man about what steps WORC, CBC, anybody is taking to address border control issue, to address work permit issues? We have people here that are being abused. Even the work permit holders themselves are subjected to abuse. And he doesn't talk about labor issues. He doesn't talk about nothing.
But I told you earlier, the problem is we're so unwilling to offend them and theirs that he is willing to, they collectively are willing to offend, displace, disrupt, interrupt.
Yes, he only does it during election season because it's part of a convenient election rhetoric. Remember John said in the last election during the chamber debate that he would love to stop work permits 100%. And he said it at political parties. And our people, like a bunch of clowns and seals, got up clapping, yeah. Since he's been in there and he's been in charge of border control, he's done nothing. In fact, you're all not listening to me because I've told you that one of the things that is holding up even the Regen project, one of the sticking points, right, is that John wants them to be able to bring in foreign laborers into this country with no requirement whatsoever to even have a friggin' work permit to be able to work on that project. Y'all need to pay attention. No work permit limitations.
We don't need to bring them in. We already have a bunch of people.
Y'all need to pay attention. Pay attention. A lot of these MPs don't mean the people that came down any good.
A lot of them don't mean themselves good, much less us. Mr. John McCain said it a few years ago. Some of us are like, how can lead us anywhere? Can lead us anywhere? I promise you, if Jim Borden was live, then he wouldn't be standing there today. Because by the time he got from the government, from the parliament down to the glass house, they would have evaporated. I can promise you that. We don't say what we mean and we don't mean what we say. We just a bunch of lip service. You know what Judge Judy said? You know when they're lying, when their lips are moving. When their lips are moving, they mean us no well. And the sad part about it is these political donkeys don't come with new tricks. They come with the same tricks every time. And he somehow falls to the same stupid trick every single time that it's going to be better. Give me another 4 years to do the same. Give me another 4 years to do the same. They don't even come with a new trick. But again, the onus is on us. You know how many votes John has? 1. You know how many votes you have? 1. You know how many votes I have? 1. And the everybody with their one vote decided we want more, we want different, we want better. Hold people accountable, hold people to the fire, and stop with this. If you're going to sell your vote, let it be for a piece of land or a piece of house. A piece of land and a house. Let it be for that. Let it be for something. Because guess what? A prisoner stole with no house to put it in. What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it?
Thank you, caller. All right, honey child, I'm sitting here sipping my sorrel this morning. 9362626. So listen, few comments came in by WhatsApp. Sandra, for this to happen today in front of GAB, when we have all these high officials there, it has to be that someone that knew what they would be, and inform these Cubans. Hunter, if you're talking about going to Parliament, we would be better off with David White. Ooh, yikes. And you know, he not doing anything good, but the foolish talk he gives sounds like a master's degree compared to the crap coming out of your mouth. Oh, geez, I'm peace. Next comment. Them Cubans tell stories. They effing, we off here now, so I guess I can curse. Them fucking lie, all of them. The UK is negotiating to send their illegals to Rwanda. It hasn't started yet. He's not ready. He needs to understand the process of asylum. The Cubans are advised as soon as they arrive here, who has arrived, it is diplomacy. So Cuba done know that they're here. OMG, they're economic migrants. Sandra, he's a waste of fucking time. Kaboom to that caller. OMG, for once I am with you, Han. Lord, help me, Jesus. Next one says, good morning, great show. Last year, a boat with Cubans landed in Jamaica. The government housed them for a very short period of time, and then they sent them back. We do that too. We're not obligated to keep them. They're not our problem. We have a lot of home problems that we need to address. Next person says they're political migrants, not seeking political asylum. Let me reread that. They're economic migrants, not seeking political asylum seekers. Everyone has the right to seek and to enjoy in other countries asylum from persecution is enshrined in the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948 and supported by the 1951 Convention related to the status of refugees and the 1967 protocol relating to the status of refugees. Under these agreements, a refugee is a person who's outside that person's own country's territory owing to fear of persecution on protected grounds, including race, caste, nationality, religion, political opinions, and participation in any particular social group or social activities. There you go. No such thing as economic asylum. It is economic migrants. I think we read that one already. And then this one says he needs to stick with what he's currently doing. Oh, God, OMG. And these are the people that one day may be in parliament. You can read that one, laughing out loud. What a mess. Lord Jesus, take the wheel. Trickster for kids, says Leroy. Nikki, good morning. Leroy, Mr. Relay says kaboom. Dean says if you put up a robot to run for elections, the majority of people would vote for it. Says a lot about us. RMR says the protest is most vexing, but we must not let our passion on this issue drive xenophobia, etc. We must educate ourselves in our laws and vote for people who will make real change for all Caymanians. Ms. Venice, good morning, says, do you not see all the money going into these groups to destabilize good countries with their dark money? Wake up before we get to the brink. Magnum Opus, morning, says Cayman gets what it deserves. Cayman gets what it deserves. For too long, we've allowed everyone to wash up in our fucking shores and have a voice. And worse yet, we bend to their whims and fancies. So here we are. Dean Gillette says that we should these Cubans to England. We should send them to England. I don't think England can take them is a problem. Sad thing is the robot might well be able to do a better job, says Johan. Jonathan said that. Sorry, my apologies. Johan says in politics, for the majority of voters, it's like Christmas comes early, and politicians funded by corporate Cayman, wealthy developers, and those that own incumbents and candidates are out millions who get a few hundred or thousands, while the politicians make millions in side deals, contracts, or services in cash. Be smart, take the money, then vote for the candidates that will get our country and people the best opportunity to thrive in our country. Miss J's game says you should show them Cubans something. Well, you should how them Cubans wrecked the Bodden Town Civic Center. And this is a recurring theme, unfortunately, with them. So listen, that's why I wanted to hear them this morning. I wanted to hear what they had to say. I'm not saying shut them down or they don't have a voice, but my internal sources have actually said that the real issue here is that they, in fact, had two of them escape last night. And this is why, into the early morning hours, and this is really why they're upset. So they're like, they're going to try to make it about everything else, but that's not what's going on. So we need to be able to pick sense from nonsense, okay? Here's another comment. This person says, I'll make a few points. I'll quickly make a few points. Migrants are only considered refugees if they are granted political asylum. Otherwise, they're migrants who are subject to repatriation once their political asylum applications are refused. And to be clear, almost all of the migrants are economic migrants and are therefore denied political asylum here. And we're going to get some numbers too on how many apply and how many are denied. So I'll try to get that information. Additionally, since the legislative reforms in this area were introduced in December of 2022, migrants are repatriated to their home country fairly quickly. The majority of migrants who remain on island arrived prior to the legislative reforms of 2022, and their stay on island has been extended because they have exploited the appeals process. The appeals process has been curtailed in the referenced legislative reforms of 2022. And I should go back to that in all fairness, because if my memory serves me correctly, the reforms that this individual is talking about include the fact that now if you are given political asylum in this country, your application will be reviewed every couple of years. I think it might have been 3 years, but I'll double check. So your application will be reviewed every so often. And on top of that, if you are caught going back to Cuba after you've applied for and been granted political asylum status, if you go back to Cuba, you will lose your political asylum status. Because the point that I'm trying to make this morning to Hunter is they are abusing the system. Most of them are not political refugees. And even when they're granted that status and they have political asylum, they still turn around and go back to Cuba every opportunity they get, which means that their initial application was based on a lie. Because if you are truly a political dissident in Cuba, you'll believe me when I tell you, honey child, your foot not gonna touch Cuban soil, because they would kill you or they would throw you behind in jail. So the fact that they can travel and traverse back and forth so easily means that they're lying. Good morning, Miss Darlene.
Yeah, sorry to call back.
No problem, child.
That is exactly what's happening up here with the asylum seeker that has gotten. They are going back to places that they say they had run from for political asylum. So that is what I'm trying to say. It's a thing.
Yeah. That's disingenuous.
Exactly. So now that's why they have clamped down. They have clamped down now because they found out they went over. A lot of them went like wherever they're coming from, Sudan and wherever these other countries is that they got asylum from, and they found out, and now that's why they're even getting even stiffer because they go on holiday and back and forth. So like you say, what does that tell you? It's not anything about political conditions that they're getting asylum goodness on. So we have to wake up. I mean, what I would like you to do, Sandy, is to get a FOI of how that money is spent, because that's our money. We need to know how that is disbursed, and we can tell how our own people is neglected and they are treated and compared
just
to
be clear, which money are you referring to?
Okay, they say we get 3 million a year is what I understand it. 3 million to give the Cubans or refugees, whoever they are.
So you want to break down on that?
Yes, we should.
All right, my dear. Thank you. So this person says, Sandy, talk about the Cubans that got political asylum papers, got Cayman papers, then went to Miami and destroyed their passport to get papers. Lord Jesus, seriously? Oh, they're fighting now by the government building. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Hold on, honey child. This is where it's at. Breaking news. The Mall Road getting hot. Hold on. Yes, sir. This is where you needed to be. Hold on, honey child. What the hell? My God. Lord Jesus, what a friggin' disgrace. This is it now. Hold on. Let me call an eyewitness. Yes. Good morning, caller. What you say going on down there?
Hey, Sandy.
My dear.
The scuffle started now between CBC and the police because it looked like the police are there to remove them and stuff like that. So of course the scuffle has started between them and the police. Now.
What do you mean between them and not between CBC and the police? You mean the Cubans and the police?
No. They're CBC and the police officers are trying to remove them from the stand.
Okay. Yeah. So they're all up in their feelings now.
Oh, you know, obviously they're not gonna want to leave so easily. So there is gonna be quite a little scuffle to see that.
Oh my God. Are you still in the vicinity? I see. Oh my God. Look at this hot mess.
Yeah. I still there.
Can I see this video here with them fighting. Are you able to go live on your phone where we can see it?
But I never know how to do that.
Hold on. I'm gonna send you a link that I want you to click on to join the show, and then you can just turn your video on so we can see what's happening in real time. Because we're not Cayman #1 for nothing. We try and bring it to people live. So hold on one second. I gotta send you the link right now. Just click on that link and that allow you to join in on the show, and then just turn your camera. You can go into just settings and select your external camera. Oh my God, what the hell? I'm getting more videos. So I'm sharing some of these on screen now with these people fighting. My God, our poor police. They're gone.
They're gone.
They're not seeing that like this yet. Poor them.
Still loading, Sandra. They look like they're gone now. I see them walking in front of the old. I see them walking in front of the old immigration building. They still got the signs up. And the police and the CBC officers walking beside them, like
peace.
Trying to.
What a disgrace! What a fucking disgrace, man! I tell you, no man, you can't come to our country and do this now. Come on now, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. My God.
Yeah, they go. I can't get it, Sandra.
Here they are now. Not.
They gone. They walking in front of the old immigration building, like walking down. I don't know if they've asked them to walk to like the immigration area. They're in front of that building now. So I don't know if they're cooperating.
What a mess we in.
When I was passing, it was quite the scuffle, you know.
Yeah. Wow. Well, thank you so much for sending this video to us, because
they look like they may be reason with them, because they. Yeah, that way they gone. They gone right by where the old enforcement office is, right there. Yeah. So
the thing that is confusing a lot of us is everybody else would have to get permission to stage a protest. Like you have to write to the police commissioner, tell him when and where, and I hear the police sirens in the background.
Yeah, that the police cars moving off from where they were parked in front of the government.
And can you imagine that we have overseas territories?
Right there by that enforcement building.
Yeah.
Sorry, there's construction going on too, Sandy.
Yeah, that's okay. Building, so I mean, we have dignitaries actually visiting the government admin building and being subjected to watching this foolishness there today. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
What a disgrace.
Okay, here you go. I get back in my car.
Yeah. Oh my God. This is such a disgrace.
Yeah, they look like they asked them to go there by that. Like, where the old enforcement building is on the side there. So they gone there. They still got the signs in their hand. It's not like they handcuff anyone or anything like that. They all look like they're walking freely. So.
No, sir. Of course, if that was me and you out there, you would have been in handcuffs. I hope you know that.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, so
wow.
It looked like they went to try to get them to, I guess, move to talk to them and stuff like that. So, of course, the scuffle started then. They had people videoing it, like their own people was videoing it. Like a few of them you could see videoing it. So.
What a mess.
I'm sure
Thank you.
Cry.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
All right, cool.
Oh, I tell you. What a disgrace. This is really disgraceful. Thanks, honey.
That way you had me instead of sitting down in that studio listening to something about them.
I know, but we had a show that had to go on. Oh, I know. No, sir. Total different level of desperation, folks, that is obviously happening here in our poor country, and quite frankly, it's disgraceful, is what it is. I mean, let me be very honest. You can't come here, man, and act like this, man. No. This is not acceptable behavior. Wow. This person says, by the way, the ones staying in the Bontown Community Center have wiped out the fish, conch, lobster, everything in that part of the sea. They go out, clean them out, sell them, and leave nothing for us. When conch and lobster season started again, there was not a fucking thing left for us Caymanians. Jamaicans went to the UK in the Windrush generation of the 1950s and 60s. WTF is this man talking about? The Pakistani migrants came in the 1980s when I lived there, and Jamaicans were already there. It is the mid-Eastern migrants that changed the face of England. Watler and Bodden came from Jamaica. Fuck, they can't do that in Cuba. I was going to GAB to buy my Emancipation Day commemorative stuff. This is a pop-up show today. So there are people who don't even want to go out there because they're not gonna put up with this kind of foolishness. Oh my God, what a hot mess. No, sir. Jesus, what a thing. Anyway, wow. All right. So let me just briefly address this topic as a lingering topic so that we can move on. Yesterday, you guys know that we spent some time talking about the video of the two young Caymanian girls stealing from the tip jar. So they called me after the show and they were telling me a story about how they were waiting for 2 hours for their food and yada, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And basically, you know, they were concerned that this video was going to prevent them from getting future job opportunities. You know, sometimes when people say things to me, like, I don't know who they think they fooling, because it's not me, but I tried to listen. And you could see that really when they were done, their sole purpose, you know, they were trying to manipulate me, but listen, at the age of 50, I can't be manipulated by a 21-year-old. No, TD. I've been around a lot longer than you, and I've seen a lot more than you probably. Although some of y'all have seen a lot at 21. I must give you that. But anyway, they were trying to manipulate me. And so I said, honey child, your record speaks for itself. You see, these young ladies don't know, because I even said to the one young lady who's always running away, I said, but you actually think you don't already have a salted reputation? All them times you're running away and doing this. Oh, but people not gonna remember that. This is a video, Miss Sandy. This is a video. Ladies, get your shit together. Get your life together. And then you won't have to be calling me. Stop stealing out of tip jars. I don't believe your story about waiting for no lunch for 2 hours. But the response is not to steal from somebody. If somebody has done you wrong, you don't go break the law and do wrong to them. That don't make no sense. That's how this works. So have a listen to this conversation, because I want to caution anybody who decides to call me with nothing but pure lies, reconsider doing so. You're not fooling me. And, you know, I'm like, has this young lady been through so much trauma in her life that she has to be stealing out of the tip jar, running away? You know what somebody said to me? They said, Sandy, try and hush. You know who her grandma is? You know what she has had to, you know, they're like, she comes from a good family. She's had good opportunities. She's just a badass. She want to be a badass bitch. Morning, honey child. Give me a few minutes. You can go today? All right, I can send you the address. All right, my dear. Okay, good. Yeah, these people want to be badasses. And you know what? You want to be bad in these streets, and you have to be able to live with the consequences. And the consequences is CMR is going to get a video of you stealing and carrying on scandalous, fighting in the streets and doing this and doing that. And believe me, we are not going to take it down. So your efforts are fruitless. Don't call me. Probably must take down no video. Okay. All right. So listen up, chillin'. Let's listen to some of the conversation. My apologies in advance for the profanity. That's why I had to save it for the after show. But y'all know how it goes already. They just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. All right, here we go.
Our food from 12 o'clock. We paid for it $46. We got our receipt and we was waiting for our food up till 3 o'clock in the morning.
Just mention about it. They made 15 plates of food for these people in the top there.
Yeah, they made 15 plates of food for the people that ordered after us and served them after us. So we told them, just keep the money, give us our food. I mean, keep the food, give us our money. And they were ignoring us. So you were wondering why we were being so bold. We were just trying to show them, don't fuck around with people's food. And if you gonna take that long, give me our fucking money. Give me our money while we pay for our food back. That's all they had to do, was give us our money back, what we paid for our food. We wasn't getting our food, so just give us the money back. You see the time of morning it is. Nobody wanted to stay there any longer to wait on food.
Haley, let me ask you a question, right?
And then the day after, I did return the money. It was only $20 up in that tip jar, not even the money we spent on the food.
So you thought that it made sense in your head that because they hadn't had your food ready within a certain amount of time or whatever, and you wanted your money back, that you could just steal from a tip jar?
Well, I asked them to give me my money back to keep the food that I paid for, and they refused to give me the money that I spent without giving me no food, and I wanted to leave, so I wanted my money back. So I was just being unruly, you know, under the liquor, being... I never say I was right. I'm not right.
Okay. I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure you understand that, because I don't.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know you.
Right, but
right.
I know people don't know the circumstances of what happened. They just think we went and took the tip jar. It wasn't like
never
that.
paid $4 to $6 for food.
I mean, obviously, at the end of the day, listen. I don't know you young ladies, but I'm kind of wondering, because this isn't the first time you've had a video with the two of you involved and stuff, right?
And then the other video, we were part in a fight on the fucking side of the road. We wasn't
listen.
We wasn't even fighting.
You just talked about, you just kind of blamed it on the alcohol. I feel like I should break out in a song about blaming it on the alcohol. Listen, if you can't really manage your liquor or whatever, like they said, nothing good happens after midnight, find your behind home and just relax at home, because you guys are really making yourselves look bad. You're not hurting nobody else out there by stealing from a tip jar, but yourselves. You're hurting yourselves more than anybody else, right? Whoever missing $20-something, they said it was $68. I don't know how they know what was in a tip jar, but whatever.
Exactly, because who comes
What?
to tip?
Yeah.
Put tip back in the tip. You can see me. You can see me leaving with $1 bills in my hand. It wasn't nothing in that fucking tip jar. I just wanted my money back. In the first, they were literally ignoring us when we asking for our food. They ignoring us. So we like, can we just get our money back? Keep the food. Ignore us, because they wanted the money.
But I mean, ultimately, what I would
just us. It were the two men behind us too. They had to wait 2 hours for their food too.
What I would ultimately say, right, is these types of things really make you guys look bad. And there's only so many excuses you can come up with for every different scenario where people are gonna be like, boy, these girls just out there as troublemakers.
Yeah,
so,
well,
if I were to give you advice,
you would understand a little more of why we did that.
Or don't feel like we just waste that we just going to stick our hand in tip jar. And I didn't stick my hand in there.
Exactly. Sinead didn't even do anything, and
I only put it back because she left it there, and I was like, yeah, here guys, here's your tip jar back.
She didn't even take any money. She was laughing at me.
Like, I should have been telling her this song.
Yeah, but you do realize that this morning the police could be coming looking for you, right? Because it's still theft. So I mean, don't put yourself in stupid situations, because the court isn't going to accept, because somebody doesn't deliver your food, even if they never deliver it, that you can turn around and steal from them. That's not how the system works. So you guys are going to be.
They stole from us. They took our money first.
Yeah, but the remedy isn't to turn around and steal from them. That's not how the system works. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. So what you need to do is you guys need to start thinking a little bit more. And then all you're doing is making your name get out there. I don't know if you guys are working or if you have a job, but your employer is going to be like, what the hell? You understand? It's just a bad look for you guys. I mean, I wish you guys would just kind of get your act together a little bit, because, you know, your name is always being called up in something, whether rightfully or wrong. The last thing you should want is for people to constantly be putting your name to a situation. And that's all this did, was this allowed people, you can say, yeah, you know, we have haters out there and whatever. Well, this just allowed those people to come forward even more and have something more to talk about you guys. So I would just encourage you to start thinking a little bit about, you know, your movements before you make them. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I thought it was really childish and stupid to steal from a tip jar. I mean, I don't know who does that, but you know, whatever the reasoning is, I think that you guys just need to think a little bit more. Because the first thing, Haley, the first thing with you, they're like, oh yeah, she was one who was always running away from the girls' home and she's had issues and whatever. And I mean, I was looking at your Facebook profile this morning, Haley. I mean, you look like you had such a promising life. I saw you with the little swimming medal from the Flowers Sea Swim. I mean, from one Caymanian to the next, I don't want you guys out there getting in no trouble and messed up your entire lives. Because you know what's going to happen? One day you're going to wake up and you're going to be 45 and 50 years old. And your whole life is going to be one series of bad decisions after the next. And then you're like, what the fuck? After 50, I can tell you, it's really hard to recover. Even now, you're probably finding it difficult to go out there and get jobs and get opportunities. Because the second people hear your name, they're like, oh God, here comes trouble. They don't even want to give you an opportunity. But you're still young enough, 21 years old, however old you guys are, you're still young enough where you just need to stay out of these streets. There's nothing good in these streets for you. There's nothing but no good men looking to use you, gangbangers, whatever. They don't mean you no good. They're not going to elevate your life. They're not going to do jack shit for you. You got to start looking out for yourselves. And the only way you can really do that is to try to make better decisions. I'm not saying you can never go out there and have a little fun. Look like you guys like to go out to the club, but I mean, you need to rein it in a little bit because again, none of that really benefits your life. All the drinking and partying, what do you get from it?
Boy, we not been out in months. The one time you choose to go out.
Well, that should be a sign for you that obviously don't look like you guys can behave yourselves when you go out either.
Well, what would you have done if you want to leave and they have your money and your food?
Okay, this is what I would have done, right? If you really was sitting there waiting for 2 hours, first of all, I ain't not waiting on no 2 hours for no food. Truth be told, right? I would leave, contact the management later on and say, listen, we arrived at this time. We placed our orders. They have cameras there. Go check your orders. 30 minutes later, I still couldn't get my food. I had to leave and I want my money back. And you guys need to do better with your customer service. Then you would have had a right to put them on blast on social media saying how their customer service sucks. Because who the hell gonna sit down and wait 2 hours for food? Nobody in their right mind does that.
Sitting down and waiting. We were like in the bar talking to people. Like we were
it looked like probably what happened is they never even prepared your food.
No, because what they did was they had like a party bus full of people and they served them before they served us, even though we ordered before them yet.
Yeah, so they basically wasn't paying your order no mind. So yeah, I mean, I would have filed a complaint, right? But like I said, two rights don't make a wrong. So you're saying, yeah, they were wrong, but you turn around and doing something wrong isn't gonna fix the situation.
Well, I'm just confused why they couldn't give us our money so we could leave. Why they had to literally
here's the problem now, right?
Even answering us. They were being so disrespectful. I well, let me just take my money and go.
Here's the problem now, right? Unfortunately, what are you gonna do? Because now you have basically committed a crime, so you don't even have a leg to stand on anymore. You've basically screwed your own self by stealing their tip money. Because now you go back to them and say, oh, by the way, we actually wanted our money back. They're gonna be looking at you like, what the fuck, you know? So you guys kind of screwed.
They got their money back. They got their money back. Anyways, I gave them their money back so they could see, like, this was just to prove a point. And it didn't have to take long with our food. Or Anna could have just gave us the money back. What is it to go in the register and give the customers their money back? Because that was $46. Did you want to lose that?
No, I mean, well, you can certainly contact the manager. Cause I think if it actually did happen that way, then that's a legitimate complaint. And I would definitely speak to them about it because that is poor service.
These two people behind me, they were doing the same thing. They were asking for their money back, and they wasn't giving it to them. The man was saying how he got to go home for work for tomorrow, and they made him stand up there and wait 2 hours. Cause he wasn't going to leave without his food or money after he done stand up there for an hour and 30 minutes. Anyways.
Yeah, I mean, just try to make better decisions. I mean, that's honestly the best advice that I can give you guys, you know, like it just wasn't a good look. And of course, like I said, it just gives people an opportunity to talk, which a lot of times that is what people are looking for. You know, this is Cayman after all. So hopefully I'm not gonna be getting no more videos of you guys doing anything else.
Yeah,
just
hopefully you could take that video down so we could actually try and get a job.
well, that's not happening because we don't
Maybe
take
you
videos
could post
down.
us up and be like, can you help these two ladies get a job?
But how the hell I gonna do that when the two of you have a track record like this?
We don't got no police record.
You might. Know what it is, and you don't have to tell me anything, but I know you were in the girls' home, right? So I feel like you probably had a very rough life, and I'm sure you have got a million reasons to be the way that you are. But let me tell you, as someone who has also been in your shoes, I was never in the home, but I could have been had I stayed in Cayman, and I would have a million reasons.
Somebody with a rough life, in no rough life, you seem to help make people's life a lot worse.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get you to take accountability as someone who has been there.
Accountability, I gave them back their friggin' money.
But Haley, you're always doing stuff. So in this one instance, you can say, okay, finally, I gave it back to them out of embarrassment.
You should have given them back their money, because they still posted it on my road, and I lost my job this morning. Yep. So,
but these are the consequences. This is the thing that I'm telling you guys. This is the consequences of your actions. So you can't sit back and be like, okay, if I do something wrong, then I rush quick time and fix it. I want the whole world to forget about it. Don't post the video. That's not how the real world works. This is what I'm trying to get through to you. Understand that consequences flow.
Keep it up, see how far I'm going to get you. Jesus Christ.
What do you mean by that?
I've seen it, so it's so hard for you to press delete. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and you know what? Your attitude, as usual, doesn't help a situation at all.
I really don't care.
I know you don't.
I
know you don't.
Never did anything.
And that's why you're so disrespectful.
Never did anything, and she got fired today because of that. So she is very upset.
Haley, let me tell you something. Let me give you a bit of advice separate from Shanae. Okay? Don't be sitting here defending Shanae and her foolishness. What you need to do is focus on you. Be a little selfish. Go out there and find yourself a job and focus on your life and your situation.
How am I going to do that now? How am I going to do that now, Miss Sandra? Really and truly? What would you do if you was in our shoes?
I would go out there and try to start making better decisions. Somebody else is going to give you a chance. Why weren't you working before? The video wasn't up and you still wasn't working.
I was applying though.
Right. So you keep applying. And somebody will give you a chance. And all I can tell you is just be mindful of your actions and don't fuck up. Because at the end of the day, you might think, oh, this don't have nothing to do with my job, right? Just like Shanae thinks, well, I wasn't the one who took the tip jar. That's not how her employer is going to see it. The employer is like, you're making us look bad. Everybody know you work for us because I knew from Saturday she worked Kurt Market. Everybody's like, oh, she had gotten a job Kurt Market. But it makes them look bad that one of their employees would even be involved in anything like this. Whether she was just putting the tip jar back and it wasn't her hand in it, they don't care about that stuff. Y'all need to wake up and stop doing foolishness. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I don't know what else to say, Miss Sandra. I was calling to see if you would take down the video, and if you could understand what happened, you would probably take it down. But I'm not. I don't know what more to say. Our life is done. Our life is ruined.
Well, I can assure you that it's not. You have to trust that it isn't. Just like the last time you were out in the streets, you probably thought it was ruined then too. But what I'm saying to you,
we knew it wasn't ruined because we never had no involvement in that. We were part in a fight.
Well, my dear, people will give you a chance. People will continue to give you chances until.
Links for jobs. You can't help me out get a job.
Best advice I have is, just keep applying. I don't personally know of anyone that's hiring.
So what is it gonna take for you to just remove this video?
Well, it's not. We don't.
Gave them back their money. That's what they asked for.
Yeah, I mean, we have a policy of not really taking content down. That's just how it is.
So what is it going to take for you to remove it?
It's not going to take anything because unfortunately it's not coming down. But yeah, I mean, I'm being completely straight and honest with you guys, right? I'm not going to lie to you. But like,
so what's the purpose of keeping it up after everybody done seen it?
Yeah, we just don't take content down. That's just not what we do. So what I would suggest to you is this. This is what I tell people when they call about something. They're like, oh man, you know, this make me look bad. It's 15 minutes. You heard the saying 15 minutes of fame? Right?
Girl.
You getting 15 minutes. Next couple of days, somebody else can do something stupid. Somebody can get in a fight. They can steal whatever. Then they're going to become the 15 minutes of talk in this country. Just leave it alone. The best thing to do is don't respond. Don't talk about it.
You're going to get this video taken down. I need this video taken down.
But I just told you that.
You're not going to get no job if this video is still posted.
Well, I just told you that that's not going to happen. You just have to move on and try to do your best. There's other reasons that people are going to try and hire you guys and give you a chance.
How are we going to move on from this when somebody can always pull this video back up on Mile Road? People done got a video in their phone, but to see this posted up on Mile Road every time we try and get a job, you think anybody going to give us a job?
You
talking about as a fellow Caymanian, you know the struggle and this and that, but you're not helping us either. The only thing you doing is embarrassing us even more.
I think that you're going to get more help from this. Is going to be a life lesson that you're going to get more help from than if somebody jump quick time and take it down. By next week, you're going to forget all about it. You don't think that as a result of this, you're going to make a little bit better decision now? Honestly.
It's already fucking spoiled milk. Why does it have to be posted already? We already learned our lesson.
Well, I'm sorry for you, but we don't take content down. It is what it is, unfortunately. But
so you don't care about us not being able to get a job because
it's not about not caring about you not being able to get a job. The two things have to be separated in your mind. Like I said, there will be people who will still give you an opportunity and give you a job. You just need to make sure that you're doing.
That's gonna be a very, very, very thin, small bunch.
Well, I mean, it was already pretty thin from what you're saying. Anyway, how long you been looking for a job?
Like 4 months.
Every time you ran away, did you ever think to yourself, oh, if I keep running away, my name gonna be spoiled in Cayman and I'm not gonna be able to get a job? I'm just asking. Did you think about that when you were doing that? No. You know, it doesn't matter. People can still Google Haley's name.
That's not a criminal act. That's not stealing on camera.
Okay, but people still saw that as a
friggin' parents.
Right, but people will still see that as a troubled person that they might not want to have in their employment.
Anyways, we all know I'm a troubled person, but this is only making it worse. You're only making my troubles worse. Everybody this video done got exposed. Can you just take it down?
You can't listen. If you're admitting to me that you're a troubled person, is there no professional help that you can get? What do you need to help yourself, Haley? Let me ask you that question.
I just need a job.
I think you need more than a job, though.
You gonna help me with that?
Okay, you have a resume that you can send me?
Yes.
Okay, send me your resume on WhatsApp.
Okay, I do that right now.
All right. And let me have a look at your resume and see what kind of educational qualifications we're talking about here.
Yeah, I pass English, I pass maths, I pass ICT, I pass human and social biology.
Mm-hmm.
I pass what I want in health and social care. I did that in SciFec.
Mm-hmm.
I passed that. Okay. And then other little passes from John Gray, like tech course.
What was the last job that you had?
I was working at the Westin.
Okay, how long did you have that for?
A year.
And what happened there?
So they told me if I be late again, they're going to fire me. So I got to work. I was supposed to be work 9 o'clock, and I got to work 8:50. But I didn't put on my uniform shirt. I just had on my uniform pants and shoes, and I clocked in. I clocked in 8:50, and then told my supervisor to bring me a uniform shirt because they just shipped a new one, and he brought it to me. 9 o'clock, I was ready.
I went through my whole day, everything fine. And then the next day they called and fired me because I clocked in without my shirt on.
Okay. So, these rules might seem simple to you, but you have to follow the rules of wherever it is that you can work.
Yes. I didn't know I was going to get fired for I thought 9 o'clock, or I could be ready at 9 o'clock. But I just been clocking 8:50 to show them I'm early today. So, usually we go outside and go to the smoking area until our shift starts 9 o'clock.
Oh, so if I recommend you to someone, it has to be someone who's going to accept you taking smoking breaks as well.
No, I don't need no smoking breaks. I don't even smoke cigarettes.
Okay, what do you smoke? Because that's another question. People not hiring people who smoking marijuana either.
Well, I don't smoke nothing. I take CBD and THC oil prescribed from the doctor.
Lord have mercy.
Oh, and I take that in the nighttime to go to sleep, not in the daytime.
Oh, boy.
Anyways, Miss Sandra, please, if you can, please. You're not going to delete the video, help us get a job.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck about the video no more.
Yeah, Shanae, you need to relax yourself. You're in a different category, but you just need to relax. Oh, my goodness. All right, send me your resume. Let me have a look at it and see.
All right.
Hear that fool now telling you not to send the resume. You need to stop hanging out with people with her.
She like her. Post her resume up on Mara Road.
Shanae.
No, she's going to post her resume. Look how long she had this one. Look how long she had that one.
Shanae. Shanae. What you need to do is you need to shut the fuck up. That's what you need to do.
That's what you need to do.
That's what you need to do.
Wait, you don't want to delete this video? You don't want to delete this video? Well, I'm going to show you what's going to happen then. Shut the fuck up. Come on.
No, you need to shut the fuck up.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels. And visit CaymanMarlRoad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.